Perfect. Okay, now I just need to send out the link. Hi. Give me a second, guys. Sorry if the stream's a little on the later side. I wanted to get it done at around 7 or 8, but I got caught up in some stuff. Okay, I don't know who decided to downvote the stream already. Kind of petty and pointless. Especially because YouTube's talking about wanting to get rid of the downvote option anyway. Yeah, they're actually trying to do that. Don't know what they think they're going to accomplish with that. Sounds like a waste of time to me. Then again, that's YouTube in a nutshell at this point. Alright, link is sent out. And we will begin in a moment. I'm going to be doing something different. Instead of what I did last time, where I just looked up a bunch of different thumbnails without much context, I decided we're going to look at some videos instead. Kind of similar to when we talked about Grand Bull's video. So I'm going to pull up a couple of videos, and I'm not necessarily going to be talking too much about the YouTubers themselves, just focusing on their ideas. Yeah, the dislike button is kind of important because, look, even though it might be a little bit dumb and petty that some guy decided to downvote my stream instantly, here's the thing. People should have the right to downvote my videos if they want. Does it suck when some of my videos gets more dislikes than likes? Sure, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. How is someone supposed to know if a video is good or bad if you don't give people the ability to be able to express if they thought the video was good or bad? It's just basic common sense. Like, I don't get offended when people downvote my video. If they think my video or streams are bad, that's fine. They can downvote it, and I will take those downvotes into account, and if they leave a comment, as long as they're not being a douchebag, I'll listen to them and find ways to make my videos better. Wolf, you missed everything. I literally cured cancer. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is like that time you missed me when I learned how to fly. What the hell, girl? Alright, I think I got everything set up over here. And I already got us a video ready. I wasn't sure what to go with. I thought about doing another Grand Bowl video, but since that guy hates me, I don't want to risk antagonizing that dude. But maybe we'll talk about him, maybe not. Freaking assholes with their loud-ass motorcycles. Sorry, I was busy doing something. And I still haven't quite figured out how to invite people on streams through Streamlabs. I don't know how. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Otherwise, I would totally invite people on. Yeah, I get these videos popping up on my feed all the time. My favorite ideas or something like that. A long time ago, I actually began work. No, wait. One of my first videos was a two-parter of death battles I wanted to see, and of course they never happened. It's one of the reasons why I'm making Blood Royale, because any idea I would have ever wanted to see, death battle never did it. How do I know Grand Bull hates me? Because we got into it on Twitter. And the dude, I believe he ended up eventually blocking me. Grand Bull's not the biggest fan of me. He also sometimes gets into it with me occasionally in the YouTube comments. He's not the biggest fan of me. He thinks I'm an asshole that just hates every matchup. I'll get to your video if I can, but just so you know, this is more of a roast, so odds are if there's a lot of bad ideas in your video, you may end up getting destroyed. I mean, since my videos are taking longer to make for whatever reason, like I said, I tried to make an April Fool's video, but despite my best efforts, I was trying to edit as fast as I could, but I think I severely underestimated the amount of time that goes into my videos that I edited. So I'm still working on it. It's still going to be uploaded. It's just going to be a late, out-of-date April Fool's video. I probably won't even call it that anymore. But since those videos are taking time, this was the best I could do on a short notice, because I know you guys really like these videos where I just roast bad ideas. They're very successful. So I figured I could at least do this under short notice. I mean, I spoke to Grand Bull, I tried to reason with him, but he's one of those people that he just really doesn't like me. I mean, even Kevin can be reasoned with to an extent. But probably shouldn't put it off any longer. Let's get ready. Let's see what Red Reviews has to say.
Death Battle is an amazing series. Sure, they aren't always accurate, and they have some pretty bad takes sometimes, but I can say they're definitely entertaining, even at the worst of times. And the most exciting...
right out the gate, not a good start. Death Battle is an amazing series? No. It could be an amazing series if Death Battle would get their heads out of their asses. So it's like, they have more problems than just being wrong and having some bad takes. Their humor ranges from eye-rolling to absolute cringe. They constantly do stupid, moronic things. They're inconsistent as fuck. They make almost every screw-up that if Death Battle was a normal TV show like Deadliest Warrior, I promise you, they'd be throwing off so fast. Like, so some of these mistakes are just absolutely unacceptable that Death Battle makes. I don't even know how you can even have this take. Like, saying entertaining even at the worst of times. So even when we're looking at episodes like Goku versus Superman, Naruto versus Ichigo, and Big Head versus Deadpool, they're still good? Really? Are you going to look at something like Justin Bieber versus Rebecca Black and say that, yeah, that's just great? Seriously. Like, what the hell? Anyway. Oh yeah, another thing, a lot of these My Death Battle Idea videos are insanely long, so if we only ever end up getting through one of these, I apologize, but some of these guys are just absolutely self-indulgent with their ideas. Which is ironic, because whenever I make a long video, I get ridiculed to hell and back when I make bloated videos, but I mean, look, I don't 100% hate Death Battle. I just wish Death Battle would do better, you know? I just think that I'm one of the only few people out there that's willing to give Death Battle a nice kick in the balls every once in a while, which is what they need. They've become a little bit too complacent. They need to try something risky every once in a while. Like Death Battle, they have to be self-aware. They have to be. I was looking up Death Battle, and their most recent podcast episode is too many Marvel vs. DC matchups. And it's in a question mark. They have to be aware of it. There's no way they can be completely unaware that things like all the Marvel vs. DC matchups are starting to piss people off. People are getting sick of it. But anyway.
Wondering what the next fight will be, and I'm going to give some suggestions for fights, because after going on Versus Battle Wiki, I learned some matchups were more viable than I...
If you ever want to get crucified by the Versus community, mention the Death Battle Wiki. You don't mention the Versus Wiki. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Never mention the Versus Wiki. Like, do you know how many times I got my ass kicked by other Versus debaters because I even so much as mentioned the Versus Wiki? What the hell?
I thought they were. Here are my top 25 death battles.
This probably isn't going to be pretty.
Natsu is a character who seems made for death battle. He fights similar fire...
What? Natsu is a character made for death battle? What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Also, great. Just fucking perfect. The first thing that gets mentioned is Fairy Tail. One of those rare animes that just has this ability to just piss me off.
Fire-based opponents all the time, and he's already fought Ace, who was a pretty good matchup. But otherwise, he's pretty...
Oh, that one hurt. That hurt a lot. God. What is wrong with you, dude? Natsu versus Ace was good? Natsu versus Ace encapsulates everything that's wrong with mirror matchups, which I keep trying to warn the community about, but they never listen to me. Geez, sometimes I feel like the characters in Final Destination, where I keep trying to warn the community, but they never listen to me. Like, what the shit? Like, how about stop putting Ace against fire opponents? How about try something different? Like, say what you want about my matchups. I'm not going to act like every matchup I come up with is gold. But at least with my matchups, you can see I'm trying something unique. I'm trying something different. You know? Fuck. Off to a terrific start.
Pretty hard to put against other fire guys. People like Zuko are way too weak, and people like Phoenix are way too powerful. We need someone who is a fair challenge for Natsu, but also has pyrokinesis.
He doesn't need pyrokinesis, you unbearable jackhat. Why does he need to have fire powers? This is my problem with people in the Versus community. Why do they need to have the same power? Why? Why can't it be something different? Seriously, is all of his matchups just going to be a series of mirror matchups? Seriously, I know I mention mirror matchups a lot, but here's the thing, everyone. I wouldn't need to mention mirror matchups all the time if people would stop doing them. Is it so hard to try something different, honestly? Like, why not have Natsu... Even having Natsu fighting a Final Fantasy character would be an improvement. Yeah, you could probably say magic versus magic, but at least it'd be something different. I don't understand the mentality of you have to put a fire guy against another fire guy. What? Have these people never played Pokemon? I've mentioned this analogy before, but Pokemon teaches us that you don't put the same elemental Pokemon against another same elemental Pokemon. Seriously, like, play Pokemon, pull out an electric Pokemon, put it against another electric Pokemon, let me know how that ends for you. Probably not going to end very well. Seriously, I've played so many RPGs where if you attack a fire enemy with a fire sword, it will freaking heal them. How does this concept not get into people's heads? And, by the way, if this guy's video is all mirror matchups, I'm going to go to another one, because there's only so many times I can say mirror matchups suck and explain why they suck. And just because my catchphrase is, did I ever tell you the definition of insanity, that doesn't mean I'm going to go insane.
Human Torch will definitely be a challenge for Natsu. Not only can he fly more freely than him, but he has a massive power output. This is on top of being able to...
Yeah, the dude is at the very lowest star level because the Human Torch can go supernova. If you lowball the fuck out of him, maybe you could get him at large star level. But odds are, if he's supernova level, he could probably eradicate an entire solar system just like Sephiroth. Nobody in the fairy tale universe is capable of that level of power, let alone Natsu. The only thing he would have to rely on is, in that instance, is his ability to eat fire. And even then, it's debatable if that would even work. So this is fucking stupid.
Sense heat signatures and being immune to most fire attacks, not to mention using plasma.
Is this guy just trying to fuck with me? Seriously, sometimes I wonder if people make videos like this just to bait people like me. So he's immune to most fire attacks, and you're gonna put him against a guy whose ability is to wield fire. Why? Just why? This is stupid. This is beyond freaking stupid. It's almost as if most people that manipulate that element usually have an immunity or a high resistance to that same element. Like, geez, just using the fact that he can go supernova immediately shuts Natsu down on top of being immune to most fire attacks. This is stupid.
Instead of fire, which is kind of strange territory when it comes to Natsu and whether or not he can actually eat that. And while being straight up immune to fire may sound like an advantage in the fight, Natsu can straight up eat fire to enhance his own strength, so he would actually benefit more from it. Natsu himself has so many feats it's hard to describe.
Oh my god. If you mention the Versus Wiki again, I'm gonna snap. Okay? The Versus Wiki is dog shit, okay? Natsu is not multi-continental. Okay, some of the strongest fairy tale characters are like small country level at best. The Versus Wiki is a crock of nonsense. Seriously, I've read so many bad scales on the Versus Wiki that just make no sense. Maybe someday I'll dedicate a video to explaining why the verse... You know what? I have an idea. So one video I'm gonna make is 50 reasons why Death Battle sucks. Maybe I'll make another video called 50 reasons why the Versus Wiki sucks.
Across his career, he's fought so many similar opponents and he always survives attacks that are supposed to kill him outright, so it's tough to really get his strength down. Combine this with his most powerful forms and this fight would be pretty close. Also, Natsu uses lightning, which may work against Human Torch physically. As for the winner, I'd barely give it to Johnny Storm. While Natsu can eat fire, he's not immune to it. Human Torch can become as hot as a supernova, and this makes him a huge threat. However, Natsu may be able to use his strength to overpower Johnny before he really gets the chance to finish him off. Definitely an interesting firefight, and one which is definitely possible. I know people want the Fantastic Four in a death battle somehow.
Who the hell is asking for the Fantastic Four? Most, outside of maybe Marvel fans, most people don't care about the Fantastic Four because the Fantastic Four have been ruined on several occasions, but whatever.
There are a lot of Marvel vs. DC battles on this list, and really just in general, but I think there's two obscure rivals that are never really talked about. Everyone seems to know
now we're going into trendy matchup territory.
Getting sweaty in here.
Ant-Man and Atom have the main powers of shrinking, however, they both have ways across the multiverse through size changing. They both have tons of insane microscopic abilities, on top of them both being scientists and both really well versed in this situation.
Doctor Doom is really the only one anyone ever gives a damn about in the Fantastic Four, because Doctor Doom is actually interesting. It's a shame that the movies ruined Doctor Doom, though. Maybe with Lowball you can get him at star level, but he's likely much stronger because he can go supernova. So with, like, I would say, if with absolute Lowball, you could probably get Johnny Storm at large star level. But he's likely much stronger than that.
In the microverse and macroverse for years, but who would really win if they have this much access to the entire multiverse? Well, I'd have to give it to Hank Pym because, well, Adam has no page on Versus Battle Wiki outside of Arrowverse. Everything I've read pretty much goes over his shrinking abilities.
Well, maybe that's why you need to stop looking at the Versus Wiki and either power scale them yourself or at least look at the respect thread. Seriously, dude, power scaling is not that difficult.
And I haven't read anything about growing, even though I know he does it, so, Ant-Man has grown to the size of a universe before and has gone as small as an atom. And a battle across different sizes and dimensions will be fantastic. I just don't know if it'll be very easy for Adam. Ant-Man has explored everything and explored it far more consistently. Seems kind of cut and dry to me, and seeing ants involved would be fun somehow. Maybe they could do
Why
this
would that
in
be
Ant-Man
fun?
re-release or
What, just
something.
because there's ants that are involved? I might end up rage
Really
quitting.
the deadliest clowns in history, what do you think of? Joker, Sweet Tooth, that one guy in Hunter x Hunter, but what are the two deadliest? Well, definitely Pennywise. I mean, come on. Killing people for hundreds of years has got to put you in there somehow. But who else?
I don't like where this is going.
mean, if we compare head count, Pennywise is a cosmic being and definitely poorly defined, but even he...
Ha 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 ha, you made a diabetes joke. Also, Pennywise is ridiculously overpowered. If you read the novel, the only reason the losers were able to defeat Pennywise in the novel is because they had help from the turtle that created everything, which is essentially God in the Stephen King universe.
He's more defined than Ronald McDonald is. Ron is such an enigma. It's so strange. Despite having decades of commercials, games, and a TV series, he has no information on any of these wikis, which I find even more...
Because nobody cares. It's Ronald McDonald. Nobody gives a flying fuck.
More strange because everyone wants to see him as a badass fighter. Whether that's because of rivals Mugen or they're just scared of him is not clear, but you would think there would be something on the guy. Wouldn't everyone want to research him to find if these feats were accurate?
The fact that Ronald McDonald doesn't have a Versus Wiki page should tell you something, my guy. The Versus community doesn't feel like wasting their time on Ronald McDonald. The Versus community has better shit to be worrying about than Ronald McDonald. Write a page on him yourself then, if it means that much to you.
I mean, I guess not. I mean, he does shit like this. He crushed an emotional cloud into a sun and placed it in the sky as the sun. Maybe he's just a little powerful, but there's nothing. He's a character everyone wants to see in Death Battle, but there's no research done on him, and...
Yeah, define everyone, because I don't want to see Ronald McDonald on Death Battle. I don't care. I don't give a damn about a fast food mascot. Most people don't.
Finding another famous reality warper clown seems like a perfect matchup. And we all know Pennywise, definitely a cosmic being, but again, the power isn't very clear. Pennywise just requires specific criteria and ability.
Well, here's an idea. Read the fucking novel. Stop watching only the movie adaptations that do jack shit for the novel. Is that really so difficult?
To defeat, but Ron might just supersede that by being a better reality warper. At least we would get to see tons of fear monsters and see what Pennywise actually looks like in the same battle. The only thing holding this battle back as a possibility is really the lack of assets. I know Ronald McDonald definitely has the assets from a variety of fan-made projects, but Pennywise is kind of lacking in that department. But since it's going to be constantly morphing, I don't think it matters as much. Reality warping matches are usually really fun in Death Battle, so it's one I'm very hyped for. I do think Pennywise has the advantage, but I'm still holding out for some obscure Ronald McDonald feat. Definitely one with fun research, at least. Joker is such a great character for Death Battle, but he's so weak. He's a character who relies so much more on his mind.
Okay, so you say he's a great character for Death Battle, but then it go on to say that he's weak. What are you hoping to achieve? Also, Just put Joker against someone who's on his level. It's not that hard to find a human character to have Joker fight. You don't have to put Joker against some hyper-versal guy. It's not that difficult. I could find an opponent for Joker.
But most people can blow him up in seconds, so getting a matchup for him can be pretty difficult. And while this battle idea, I think, crosses a lot of people's minds, it's never one people take super seriously, but I think it holds more merit than people actually give it credit for.
Persona!
Now, anyone who...
Shut up. Just shut the fuck up, dude. Seriously, shut up. Joker will absolutely annihilate him, okay? You are insane, bro. This is ridiculous. Are you unaware of just how powerful the Persona universe is? Dude has a bullet that killed a god that was a multiversal threat. No, I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to listen to this nonsense. You have no clue what you're doing, my guy.
Those other anime characters just don't have powers similar to him. There are a few stretchy comic characters, though, and I think I found the perfect one to take him on.
Well, here's an idea. Stop basing your matchups on them having the same power, and you won't have that problem. Open up your mind to different ideas. How many times can I repeat the same thing over and over and over again? It's funny that people will get on me for saying the same thing over and over and over again, but nobody will ever go after someone like this.
You're delusional.
Yeah, Elongated Man is too obscure, Mr. Fantastic is too different from Luffy. Plastic Man is actually kind of the perfect opponent for Luffy, both being kind of funny characters with criminal backgrounds, Luffy being a pirate and Plastic Man being a mobster. Both of them have shown insane feats of stretching, and it'll definitely make their fight entertaining. Luffy's an extremely tough opponent. He definitely has a creative use of abilities, and his transformations definitely makes him a huge threat to deal with. Seeing the variety of powers shown off in the battle would definitely be entertaining on its own, but I think Plastic Man will probably be able to win this. He has control over every particle in his body for one, and he can stretch into shapes of other people. The level of control and power of those around him really makes this guy interesting. Both characters have expansive histories, and the winner will definitely be interesting to research. One extremely requested character for Death Battle is Steve, but he lacks any real matchup. There are a bunch of rip-off characters, but they don't really have much value to their names. Lego is similar to Minecraft and probably the only thing comparable to the success of the game, but who from Lego represents the franchise well enough to compete with Steve?
The double-decker couch.
Of course.
Emmett is definitely an interesting choice.
I've seen this matchup before. If you remember that Jack-of-all-trades guy, he suggested this matchup.
Of things to consider. Do we use him as the size of a Lego figure? Because Steve has a cannon height, so what do we do here? Steve would be one anvil away from a victory if Emmett was at his normal size, so I think we should scale them up to each other's sizes. This has its own challenges though, because Emmett can do this by the end of his movie, and can the Lego figure even be killed? It does happen in Emmett's universe with Vitruvius, so I guess that's Steve's win condition. I really wonder how Steve would deal with this, though, because Steve is definitely the most confusing character for Death Battle. What counts as his abilities and canon is so unclear. Does Peaceful Mode count as part of his power set?
Then why would you even suggest Steve if his powers are unclear as to what you can and cannot use? Maybe this is why you don't use characters that have basically no lore. Minecraft is just a game where you fuck around and build shit. That's all it is. Minecraft Steve doesn't work for Death Battle because it gives Death Battle nothing to work with. I don't mess around with characters that give me nothing to work with because it's a waste of time.
And what does a fully equipped Steve even look like? Because a lava bucket is probably one of his most powerful weapons, but most people don't see that as part of his kit. Do we give Steve stacks of obsidian? What about command blocks? Is Minecraft canon just survival mode? There are a lot of questions we have to ask, but I feel like they can answer these. I think it's best if we fully equip Steve, and even then, I still think Emmett would win. Given the massive mech and master builder skills, I don't think it would be too out of the question to take out Steve in one hit at a certain point. but there might be a special ability Steve gets in an update that allows him to win really easily. There is Lego Minecraft, so this could be the first stop-motion death battle.
Yeah, I cringe at the thought of a stop-motion death battle. Mostly because I hate stop-motion, but also just because I can only imagine how death battle would screw that up. These guys can barely handle live action. I say barely. Because death battle doesn't even handle live action. My brother found out that Death Battle's live action fights aren't even made by Death Battle. It's made by another channel that made their own Nightwing show. And they make their own live action fights. They're the ones who make all those live action fights, not Death Battle. So really, Death Battle can't even handle live action. You expect me to think they can... Do you not realize how much time stop motion takes? Stop motion takes a ridiculous amount of time. Death Battle likes to shit out episodes every 2 weeks. You think they have the time, talent, or patience to pull that off?
Star Wars matchups are definitely popular, but Death Battle has already gotten 2 of the biggest ones. Rey is definitely a character people want to see, mostly because...
What?!
Definitely...
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Nobody wants to see Rey. Also, stop using the Versus Wiki. Seriously. This dude is terrible. I'm not even going to let this dude continue. And the fact that nobody else gives this guy shit just blows my mind. Let's see if we can find something else. Hopefully someone that won't give us a frickin' migraine. Oh yeah, this video that we never finished. Let's try this person.
Yo, what up, my Shadow Army? Citizen Shadow Korea is back again with another death battle video. So today I'm gonna give you guys my...
By the way, if any of you decide to go over to any of these videos and comments, please try to keep things mostly civil, because there's a lot of people that always seem to think that I send my fans to attack them. So just please be careful if you decide to approach any of these people's videos. It sucks I'd have to say that, but I just don't want you guys to get in trouble. And I don't want people to think I'm sending people to attack them.
10 death battles ideas for season 8. If you guys know that they shortly announced that Broly versus Hulk is gonna...
Sadly, my day is already being ruined by these terrible ideas.
be the season 7.
I think I might already have a headache.
And what I heard has been confirmed that Season 8 is going to be the 10th year anniversary for Death Battle. And there might be some matchup will actually happen in this next season. So I think I should do some top 20 matchup that it might happen, maybe not. But before I get into that, I'm not going to start with 20 through 11 because these are just some matchup that I wanted to happen.
Yeah.
If it does happen.
I mean, it sucks that it's difficult for my fans to interact with some of these other YouTubers because a lot of them are just really sensitive, and as soon as you like downvote them or leave any kind of negative comment, they freak out and assume you're out to get them. I mean, do I do that anytime like say Fan Wars fans or that Jack of all trade fans comes to my videos and downvotes them and leave comments? Do I assume that Jack is sending them after me? No, I don't. Because they're his fans, they have their own free will, they will do as they please. Just like you guys will do as you please. In fact, odds are now... Due to simple AVGN logic, you guys will probably go to these people's videos now. Because there's one thing I've learned, if you tell someone not to do it, odds are you've only guaranteed the fact that they'll do it. Humans are weird sometimes.
Happen in Season 8. If it doesn't, then... If none of them doesn't happen, then that's fine. But 10 through 1 is where the Death Battle is actually going to do, because there's been rumors, confirmed, hinting... And it's actually going to happen. Well, no, wait, that's confirming, my bad. So, yeah, with out of the way, let's just go ahead and get into the top 20. Okay, I just want to get this one out of the way. My top 20 most...
How dare you? How dare you bring this up again? I can just never escape this matchup, can I? Ugh, I hate you, Death Battle.
Death Battle idea is the rematch of Ichigo Koro-sensei versus Naruto. The reason why, because they just did my boy Ichigo dirty with his transformation and the animation. They just...
Look, I agree that they did Ichigo dirty, but here's the thing. That's all the more reason Death Battle should stay the hell away. Death Battle does not have a good track record when it comes to matchups. More times than not, whenever they do a matchup, they just end up pissing people off. Like what? You think if they did a matchup now and fix the result to have Ichigo win like he should have, you think that's going to fix what they did with the first one? Death Battle is not very good at taking accountability, and Death Battle will never admit that they did anything wrong. I mean, I can understand that you think they fucked over Ichigo. I agree, don't get me wrong, but here's the thing. You don't need Death Battle to do a rematch. You know why? Because Seth the Programmer and Clyde already have you covered. They're already working on their own version of Naruto versus Ichigo, and they're doing it hand-drawn. It's gonna look way better than anything Death Battle has given us. Just go support Seth and Clyde. I'm highly anticipating that. Their Naruto versus Ichigo will likely be vastly superior than Death Battle's. Death Battle has proven himself to be far too incompetent. Ben Singer has shown multiple times, if the rumors are to be believed, Ben Singer said that he wanted to have Ichigo fight Yusuke, but he thinks it's a curb stomp matchup because Ichigo would get his ass kicked by Yusuke, which shows just how much Death Battle doesn't understand Ichigo, that they think that Yusuke would beat him. Even though it's the other way around. I've looked up Yusuke. Dude is like sub-relativistic and maybe continental. Okay, Ichigo would absolutely whoop his fucking ass. It wouldn't even be a fight.
They did him dirty. They really made him dirty, and that really did piss me off. I was expecting this matchup was going to be my favorite, but after the animation, they just did him dirty. They just made my boy Ichigo dirty, and they need to do the rematch. I'm sorry, they need to do a rematch.
They don't need to do the rematch, because whether they do the rematch or not and get the results right is irrelevant. We've seen countless times before that it's not going to change anything. Look at the rematch between Sonic versus Mario. That didn't fix anything. All that did was just piss people off even more. Look at the rematch between Goku versus Superman. It was a monumental waste of time. Death Battle will not admit when they're wrong. That is just the harsh reality. Even if they have Ichigo win, they will not take back all the things they said about Ichigo that were simply not correct. Death Battle does not care. You think they'll do the animation right? No. They should have done it hand-drawn from the very beginning, but they didn't, because the harsh reality is Death Battle doesn't care. Like I said, dude, and anyone watching the stream, if you want a better representation of Naruto versus Ichigo, go to Seth's channel, go to Clyde's channel. Seth opened up a Patreon to support the animation. Just go do that. Seth and Clyde have a way better track record than Death Battle. I mean, admittedly, I'm not the biggest fan in the world of Seth because he has said some stupid shit like Kaguya being solar system level or lowballing Saitama. But while Seth fucks things up every once in a while, he has a better track record than Death Battle. I would much sooner trust Seth over Death Battle.
Match after this, because it's my least favorite Death Battle. I was such a disappointing.
It's almost everyone's least favorite Death Battle. It's so bad.
I'm not gonna say anymore. Let's just move on to another one. Number 19 is Raiden versus Dante.
Huh? Okay, Gavin, if you're in the chat, get your ass over here and explain to us why this is stupid. Raiden versus Dante. Problem 1. Dante is confirmed universal. Dante would turn Raiden into scrap metal. What is even the logic on this one? Oh my god. I mean, I'll give this guy credit. At least he takes risks. I'll be a little bit more fair. This is at least something different. Most people usually put Dante against people like Guts or other demons and stuff like that. But this is just a terrible way to go about it because Raiden has no chance against him. Don't get me wrong, Raiden is pretty tough, but he would get annihilated by Dante.
The reason why I want to see this matchup because I don't see nobody even done this until one of my good friends, the Raptors, actually done it. Because a few years ago, before he existed, I actually done this matchup before when I used to be called Diamond Drago, and I was wondering who actually won a fight between these two characters, and I think it would be an opportunity to bring them, both of them back in the fight.
Okay. The answer is quite simple. I'll help you out, my guy. Dante wins. Dante is confirmed universal. Raiden has not shown any feats that are beyond anything that's maybe nuclear level or higher. I'm sorry. Yeah, you could maybe pull out the Murasama, but even that will only get him so far.
Against each other because I think it would be interesting though because they both are badass in their own right, and I just want to see the Reaper mode versus the Devil Trigger. I actually want to see the clash between these two badass, in my opinion. So I actually have nothing else to say about it. Number 18, we have.
Okay, this one I see all the time. Look. I'll just talk to you as a horror fanatic. Because you don't need to have extensive knowledge on power scaling to know that this matchup doesn't work. don't get me wrong, I, as a horror fan, understand where people are coming from with Freddy versus Pennywise. The problem is, Freddy is completely outmatched. The only way Freddy would even have a chance against Pennywise is in the dream world. And even then, Pennywise is like, at the very lowest, a multiversal threat and a outerversal threat at the highest. I get that both men feed on fear. Well, I shouldn't say both men. Both creatures feed on fear. That's all well and good. But Pennywise's power is just ridiculous. And the only way I could see this matchup working is if you put Freddy Krueger in the dream world. And even then, Pennywise would likely easily get him out of the dream world. We've seen regular human beings pull Freddy out of the dream world. It's not that difficult. You think a being that was so powerful, it took the power of the turtle that created everything just to stop him, wouldn't be able to figure this out? I mean, like I said, even simple knowledge of being a horror fanatic will tell you that this matchup is just an absolute shit show. Plus, this is pretty much bordering on mirror matchup territory. And I've explained so many times why mirror matchups don't work.
Freddy Krueger versus Pennywise. Okay, if Freddy versus Jason, not Freddy, can't speak. If Jason versus Michael Myers doesn't happen, I want this to be a thing. I want Freddy Krueger.
Jason versus Michael Myers never should happen. I am sick of hearing about Jason versus Michael Myers. That is a shitty matchup. Like, seriously. Freddy versus Pennywise doesn't work. Neither's Michael versus Jason. I'm sorry. Try again. Step up your game. Use better logic than, well, they're both slasher icons, or, well, they're both demons that feed on fear and can turn into your worst nightmares. Come on, give me something more to work with. This matchup isn't going to work. Just like how Michael Myers versus Jason would be an absolute disaster. And if Death Battle has any common sense, they will never do that matchup ever. If you want to see Michael versus Jason that badly, go watch the fan film Michael Myers versus Jason.
Krueger versus Pennywise. I know I'm not a fan of horror, but somehow I just want to see these two go at it.
Then why even suggest this matchup if you're not even a fan of horror? That's like me saying, you know what, I'm not a fan of Fairy Tail, but you know what, I'd really like to see a Fairy Tail character go up against, I don't know, a certain Magical Index character or something like that. Like, what the heck?
Because they both are, in my opinion, evenly matched because they cannot be killed because Pennywise...
Evenly matched? Evenly matched? Are you high? First off, Freddy Krueger can be killed, and he has been killed. So, right out the gate, that's just wrong. Yeah, Freddy Krueger is immortal, but only in the dream world. If you take him out of the dream world, Freddy Krueger dies. Simple as that. In Freddy's Dead, that is Freddy Krueger's canon death. It has been constantly well established. You take Freddy out of the dream world, he dies. The only time he's ever been brought back to life is when he's been revived in the dream world. Yeah, in the dream world, Freddy Krueger is very powerful. Take him out of the dream world, Freddy Krueger is decent at best. I mean, he's strong enough to fight Jason, but that's about it, and even then. He barely managed to get out of a fight with Jason alive.
Pennywise cannot be killed, Freddy Krueger cannot be killed in the dream world, but he can be killed in the reality But in the comic, he does get all of his powers. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's a sequel of Freddy versus Jason. It's called Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. Is a sequel right after Freddy versus Jason movie, and in the comic, he does got all of his powers from the dream world to a reality now. And I just want to see who actually will win the fight between these two as a whole recently.
Again, Pennywise wins. End of story. Even if you give Freddy the dream world, it's only gonna go so far. Freddy Krueger doesn't have the same degree of impressive feats as someone like Pennywise. It took the intervention of essentially a god just for Pennywise to be stopped. Freddy Krueger regularly gets defeated by normal human beings.
So I honestly have nothing to say. I'm just gonna move on to the next one. And of course, top 17 is Yan.
Ugh, not this one again. Also, seriously, why does her breasts need to be this big? Seriously, this is unnecessary. Those breasts look so frickin' fake.
Long versus Leon. Oh, I said her name right. This
It's
is
Leon, but whatever.
Most wanted death battle requested because my uncle is a fan of these two characters because he.
Well, no offense, but your uncle has shit taste, and you should probably show him some better anime than a fake wannabe anime and a failed anime that is considered one of the worst anime ever made. So bad, even fans of the manga say it's trash. What are you doing? Show your uncle some better anime, for God's sake. Show him a certain magical index, Death Note, Hellsing. Show him something good. Also, even with the little bit of knowledge I know about Akame ga Kill, Yang's gonna get her frickin' ass handed to her. Yang is not that powerful, okay? And I have this guy that did calculations, and he even did calcs and debunked the meteor feat in the manga. No, Yang is not planet level based on that meteor feat. He calculated it. He found out that it's probably city level at best. Like, Akame ga Kill characters, from what I understand, they can at least range from city level to possibly country level. I would look it up, but I don't care enough about Akame ga Kill, and I already know enough about Ruby to know that Yang doesn't have a chance. The only logic is here, they're both blonde bitches that punch shit. It offers nothing, and I don't even give a shit. This matchup is lame. I don't know why it's so highly requested. It is lame. And these breasts really piss me off. Moving on.
Baymax. Okay, the reason why I chose this because I actually do agree with my good friend the Raptor on this because I love both of their movies. Don't get me wrong, I've seen all of them. I've seen Big Hero 6 multiple times. I've seen tons of How You Train Your Dragons.
Truth be told, I can probably only say so much on this matchup because I haven't seen Big Hero 6 and I've seen How to Train Your Dragon like one time. However, maybe this matchup could work. It's something different. You got fantasy versus science fiction. That could be interesting. I mean, I have said before that things like science versus magic or fantasy versus science fiction can sometimes be interesting if done right. I could maybe see this one potentially working, but I can't speak too much on the power levels of both characters because I don't know very much about them, so I do not know if this is a curb stomp or not. Anyone in the chat who is more familiar with these characters, let me know if you feel this is a curb stomp or not, because I don't know very much about them. And I only remember a little bit of How to Train Your Dragon because I've literally only seen it one time.
Series, and I love the hell out of it. And I think they should do this matchup anyway because They might mention, bring up the movies and the show of How You Train Your Dragons, and Big Hero 6, the movie, and also the game mode, story mode from Kingdom Hearts 3. They might as well bring them in for this.
Okay, right out the gate, using Kingdom Hearts, terrible idea. Kingdom Heart characters are notorious for being OP. For example, Stitch in Kingdom Hearts is like star level. And that's just Stitch. So I wouldn't advise using Kingdom Hearts unless you want Toothless to get his ass handed to him. Kingdom Hearts is a very overpowered universe. Don't fuck with Kingdom Hearts.
And I actually would love to see them to go at it. And I love these two as a whole. And I just love these characters. I want to see them who actually would win as a best duo. And I actually had to agree with the Raptor on this, that them two are really best duo in animated Disney or Pixel films, in my opinion.
Pixar.
So, yeah, I just want to see this matchup now because I just love these characters. Number 15, Spawn versus Deadpool.
What?
And I know people think that's going to be my number 1, but nope. Nope. I just want to see Spawn versus Deadpool is still one of my highly requested death battle matchups to this day.
Why?
But this is not what it's about. This is an idea matchup. This is not my most wanted. This is just ideas for Season 8.
What is even the logic on this one? Seriously. Okay.
Happen. The reason why I want to see this matchup, because you guys know why, because it's hard for me to choose who actually would win. Again, in my opinion, I could see either way who actually would win. So I honestly have no words to talk about at this point. Top 14, we have.
Well, that was a waste of time then. Also, how could Spawn versus Deadpool go both ways? Did you know that Spawn is like planet surface level with amps, right? Spawn has his power meter back, and he is super vulnerable to lightning. Spawn is not as powerful as people think that he is. If you actually take a look at the comics and don't just go off of bullshit like what Death Battle says, Spawn is not that powerful. I know the Versus Wiki says he's like multiversal, but we've gone over this before. The Versus Wiki cannot be trusted. I've gone over this several times with people. You can see this on my Twitter. I got into an argument with someone who thought that Spawn would defeat Dracula from Castlevania. I went into great detail. I had scans with me. I explained why Spawn is not as powerful as people think. Also, why? Like, really? I mean, I guess it's better than Captain Marvel, but that's not saying much.
Android 18 versus Starfire. I want to see this matchup so bad because, for those people who do not know, Android 18 and Starfire, they're my childhood crush. Oh, I love that.
Oh, God. So we're going down this road, huh? Really? Guess what? My childhood crush was Dawn. Doesn't mean I'm gonna throw Dawn at someone in Blood Royale. Seriously. Not gonna lie, I kind of find it a little bit cringy when people do stuff like this. Like, oh, they're my childhood crushes. Congratulations. And go fap to them then. Seriously. Why does them being your childhood crush mean they need to be on Death Battle? Seriously.
A lot of them too. I grew up with these characters, and I just want to know who actually will win in this fight. And
Also, here's a quick hot take. Android 18 is not even that hot. I do not understand the obsession people have with Android 18. She looks like a basic bitch from the 80s. She looks like any biker chick. Seriously, what is the big deal with Android 18? I don't get it. Like, seriously, look at this. How can you look at this and think, that's sexy? I look at this and I think, she looks like she belongs at a biker rally. Seriously, she just looks so out of date. She looks like a product from the 80s. Seriously, almost nothing about her looks aesthetically pleasing. Even her body is very basic bitch. Like, putting her next to Starfire, even though this is a really shitty picture of Starfire, really puts into perspective just how out of date 18 is just as a waifu, seriously. Even my ex was super into Android 18. I don't know why. Starfire is far more aesthetically pleasing, and she's an alien with orange skin, for goodness sake.
I think they should fix their mistakes like they did to Captain Marvel versus Android 18 to not get them mixed up. So I think bring Android 18 back, fight against Starfire. I might do, if this doesn't happen, I might do a versus matchup to give my thoughts and my opinion about who actually would win between these two characters as a whole.
Based on what I remember about Starfire, I'm sorry, but Starfire would probably get completely decimated by 18. Yeah, Starfire is one of the stronger member of the Teen Titans, but here's the thing. Outside, the Teen Titans really aren't all that powerful compared to a lot of their DC counterparts. Yeah, Raven is pretty tough, and so is Starfire, but by and large, if you remember my review of Cyborg versus Astro Boy, a fan war, I went over that Cyborg really isn't all that powerful. One of his best feats was him using a building as a weapon or something like that. That's really all there is to it. And that's just Cyborg. I mean, from what I recall, I think Starfire's like sub-relativistic or something like that. Like, she's not really all that powerful. She would probably get completely shit-stomped by 18.
I just love these characters. I just love them so damn much. I just want to see them in a matchup. So, if you guys... I can't be the only one who wants this matchup, though. And of course, this better fucking happen. Black Cat versus Catwoman. This is also one of the most highly requested matchups that people want to see.
Just because it's highly requested doesn't make it good. There's a lot of highly requested matchups that are terrible. Okay? I hate this mentality that it's highly requested, so therefore it's good. And let me guess. They're both sexy cat women, so have them fight. Is that really where we're gonna go with this? I mean, sure, if they use comic Starfire, it could probably work a bit better. But even so, he specified the Teen Titans Starfire. So, likelihood is he wants the Starfire from the TV show to be used. I doubt this guy probably even reads the comics anyway.
But we only got the DBX one. But I want to see in a death battle, not a DBX. So I just want to see this in a death battle match. And, if I had to choose, Black Cat. Oh, Black Cat. Oh.
You're not saying anything. You're just being cringy. Jeez.
Don't get me started with her. You can say this gonna...
Go whack your bag on your own time. Seriously. Don't jerk off during a video recording. Okay? It's just very inappropriate.
Gonna be a cat fight. Yeah, that was old. Yeah, I get it. I'm just gonna move on.
Trash.
Number 12 is an anime matchup the matchup that I have done on my channel. Zetman versus Devilman. They both are similar alike. They both are evenly matched, but they have something different because if you guys saw my...
Okay, I don't know how many times I have to go over this. Similarities do not automatically make a good matchup. I've explained this before, but I guess I'll have to explain it again. Also, I probably won't focus too much on this one because I'm not overly familiar with these characters. However, I will say this much. Lucy and John Wick have a lot of similarities. Does that mean that John Wick should fight Lucy? I'll let you all in the chat talk amongst yourselves on if Lucy should fight John Wick. I mean, after all, they have a lot in common.
My video about my matchup about Devilman versus Ant-Man, you guys should check it out.
But yeah.
Sasuke versus Spawn. I honestly do not know who actually would win a matchup between these two.
Okay, I'll help you with this one. Ichigo shit stomps. This is hardly much of a fight. Okay, Spawn is planet surface level with amps. He needs amps to be that powerful. Ichigo is planet level. There is no discussion about it. Ichigo is straight up planet level and casually massively faster than light. Ichigo would completely annihilate Spawn. Not to mention, Spawn has his power meter. If Spawn's power meter goes down and he loses all his power, he dies and goes back to hell. Spawn would get obliterated. Yeah, maybe Ichigo doesn't have access to any of Spawn's weaknesses. He doesn't need to, though, because he can easily obliterate him. And that BS about Spawn only being able to be killed by heavenly weapons was bullshit. That was just a no-limits fallacy that Death Battle pulled out of their ass, because they knew that Spawn would get his ass kicked by Kratos otherwise. And yeah, it goes without saying, Kratos would have beat the unholy mother of fuck out of Spawn.
That is hard for me to choose. And I really want to see a crossover fan between Bleach and Spawn, because Spawn has been fought a bunch of deities in his comic era and the game, but he never fought a Quincy, Soul Reaper, and a Hollow, and even an Espada. He never fought any of those kinds of foes. He has...
Okay. The Ichigo is a Soul Reaper. All the Soul Reapers are is they're just Grim Reapers. That's all they are. Now, I don't know if Spawn has fought any kind of Grim Reaper figures, but that's all they really are. And Hollows are very comparable to demons. They're not exactly demons, but they're comparable to demons. To an extent, kind of. It gets a bit tricky to explain. But here's the thing. Okay, Spawn hasn't fought a Soul Reaper. Why does he need to fight a Soul Reaper? Also, why Ichigo? Why not put him against an Espada or something? Seriously, even Ulquiorra would make more sense. Now, don't get me wrong, Ulquiorra would whoop his ass too. Unless you give him amps, but even then. Like, what the hell? Well, tell your internet that it's gay, and it should stop being gay.
Any characters from Bleach, and I really want to see him against Ichigo Kurosaki.
Why is it that people only ever do Ichigo? What, can no other Bleach characters get any love from you people? Seriously. Why not Sile? Why not Ulquiorra? Why not Aizen? Why not Shunsui, Rukia, Renji? Why not literally anyone else? How about Mayuri? Or how about Tosin? At least you can say that Kaname was a guy who seeked revenge, and Spawn was also a vengeful character. I mean, it'd be garbage, but at least it'd be something you could play around with. Like, seriously, why Ichigo? You're just sending Spawn to his death. I have to wonder, do you hate Spawn? Why do you keep putting Spawn against people that will whoop his ass? Seriously. I get that people highball Spawn, but seriously, please read the fucking comics. Is it that hard?
If Naruto versus Naruto Ichigo rematch doesn't happen, I want this to be a thing. I really, really, really do.
Okay,
And
it's
now
bad.
we're going to get into the top 10 through one of the most rumors, confirmed, and the most highly requested that people want to see the most out of other 10s that I just mentioned.
Oh boy.
Top 10, we have Azula versus Cinder Fall.
I've already talked about this one in the Grand Bowl episode. I'm not talking about this one again. Cinder versus Azula is garbage. Stop. Just stop. For the love of God, enough is enough. Cinder versus Azula is trash. Stop with this pyrokinesis same character bullshit. Seriously. How many times can I go over this crap before people get it through their thick skulls?
Versus Mewtwo.
Okay, this one's garbage too. What is even the logic on this one?
Because they're white and purple, no, because this is also my other
Oh, don't give me that bullshit. You know damn well they're gonna pull the BS of they're both purple. Don't even try to pretend, okay? Don't try to pretend there's anything meaningful going on here. This is just trash, okay? Frieza and Mewtwo are very popular characters, and for some reason people think that Frieza and Mewtwo are comparable. Seriously.
other requested that I want to see since I was a kid. When I saw
also, goes without saying, this is a roasting, so if it sounds like I'm being harsh or a dick, this is in a roasting style. Roasts are supposed to be brutal. Okay? If some people are not a big fan of the roasting style format, I don't know what to tell you, but I need to get that out of the way because people will be quick to assume I'm just being a dick to this guy.
a short second of footage of 3D animation between these two characters. I don't know by who, but it was a long time ago, and I always wonder who actually win a fight between these two. And
okay, again, I'll help you out. Frieza wins. End of discussion. We're done here. Like, basic power scaling will tell you this. Frieza got brought back to life. He has his golden form. He can keep up with Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. He's at least around the universal ranges of power. At the very least. Okay? Not very many Pokemon are that level. The only Pokemon that I know of that's universal level is Arceus. That's it. Arceus is the only guy that can fight Frieza. Last I checked, Mewtwo's like maybe solar system level or something like that. And even his psychic hack abilities will only get him so far. So, yeah. Frieza would shit stomp Mewtwo. Great. So, let's add Pokemon to the list of things that you hate. Moving on.
honestly, I have nothing else to say. Top 8 is Master Chief versus Samurai Iron. I cannot pronounce it.
It's Iran, but whatever. This is another one I see all the time. Samus Aran versus Master Chief. Why? One's a bounty hunter, the other's a frickin' space marine. I mean, I guess I'll give him points for not putting Samus versus another bounty hunter. But even then, that's not saying much. Also, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Samus would wipe the floor of Master Chief. Samus is pretty OP. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Samus is basically Link if Link was a girl and in a sci-fi world instead of a high fantasy world. So yeah, I can't really imagine Master Chief will be capable. Like, I'm aware that the Halo universe is pretty strong. Don't get me wrong. I know that Master Chief is very tough. I know the Halo universe is tough. I've debated the Halo universe before, but I'm sorry. I find it highly unlikely that he's going to do much against Samus. Also, I'm sorry. I need Death Battle. Well, need is in quotations. I need Death Battle to redo Master Chief versus the Doomslayer, because a Doomslayer should have curb stomped Master Chief, and Death Battle cheated him. So yeah, Death Battle needs to have Master Chief get his ass kicked by the Doomslayer first. Then we can discuss something like this. Also, Samus Aran has already been done, and she came back. Honestly, I'd much rather see different characters get a chance than see Samus come back. She had her chance in the spotlight already. You know?
Our damn name, so we should just roll with it. This also been highly requested that people really want to see ever since Master Chief versus Doom Guy and Boba Fett versus Samus Aran. And people want to see these two go at it. But we got that in DBX, but I don't want it DBX. I just want it fucking Death Battle, damn it. So I hopefully would.
So you want Death Battle to lie and lowball these characters. That's really what you want. Because when you say you want Death Battle to do it, here's what you're saying. You're saying you want Death Battle to lowball, disrespect, and make jokes out of these characters. You want Death Battle to misrepresent these characters, and you want Death Battle to likely fuck over one of these two. That's all you're saying when you say, I want Death Battle to do it. Because that's what Death Battle is at this point. They're very intellectually dishonest. They care more about making cringy jokes. They can't power scale to save their life. They lie, they lowball, they highball. They commit almost every sin under the sun. Seriously, I would sooner trust Fan War over Death Battle, and that's saying something. Fan War is a guy that doesn't even believe in power scaling, or at least the calculation side of power scaling.
Do get to see this matchup as a whole, so I really want to see who actually will win the fight between these two. Number 7, we have Sora versus Cloud. And
Stop. No. I'm going to stop you right there. This right here shows you don't know jack about Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts for that matter. Number 1, Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy exist within the same universe. The Kingdom Hearts universe is a part of the Final Fantasy multiverse. See, Final Fantasy exists within a multiverse, not a universe. Final Fantasy has multiple universes with multiple different timelines. If you want more information on this, pick up the Dissidia games or just do research on Dissidia. So, strike number 1, these characters have, number 1, Cloud and Sora have already fought. Sora wins. Sora is stronger than Cloud. These two have already fought. These two exist within the same universe, so it's a waste of time. Why do a same universe matchup? I'll speak on same universe matchups sometime. I have plans for a video called The Different Types of Matchups. I will say that same universe matchups aren't as offensive as, say, mirror matchups or trendy matchups. They're just usually not all that interesting and defeat the whole point. The whole point of a matchup is to see two characters that have never met fight each other. And when you do characters from the same universe that have already fought, it's kind of a waste of time. You don't need Death Battle to tell you who wins. Just pick up a Kingdom Hearts game.
And this also the most highly requested matchup that
Actually, it is not. You're just straight up lying. Either show me a source or I'm going to assume that you are lying. I'm sorry. You know what is actually the most requested matchup? Sora versus Link. That's what people want. They want Sora versus Link. And they constantly get ignored. Seriously. Even I wanted Sora versus Link for the longest time. Seriously. You are pissing on the people that want Sora versus Link by asking for a matchup that has already happened. Alright, see you around, Fiction Rumble. Next time I'll try to make sure I get the stream done a little earlier, so that way you guys don't have to go to bed and whatnot. And don't worry, guys, I'm keeping an eye on the chat. I'm just trying my best to multitask. But yeah, what the hell? Like, by the way, for those who have been commenting on the Lucy versus John Wick thing, at the end of this video, I'll come back to it, and we'll talk about Lucy versus John Wick as a terrible idea, because I think it's a very good example of why a lot of these matchups don't work. Anyway, I digress. Like, this matchup has already happened. Seriously. There's not much to this fight. Seriously. Also, again, oh my god. Why Cloud? Why? Why is it always Cloud? Why not Cecil, Celes, Terra, Zidane? Seriously. And people wonder why I hate Final Fantasy VII. I'm just going on a quick rant about this. As a Final Fantasy fan, I am so sick and tired of you people always pretending like only Final Fantasy VII exists. Why can't you give any other of the characters some love? Why not? Seriously, you all neglect the other Final Fantasy games, especially ones that are vastly superior to Final Fantasy VII, okay? I don't care what anybody says. Final Fantasy 4, 6, and 9 are way better than Final Fantasy 7. And yet, you so-called Final Fantasy fans, you piss all over those games. You give them no love. Seriously. I am so sick and tired of Cloud. Cloud is so freaking overrated. I'm probably never going to have Cloud on Blood Royale because I'm sick and tired of seeing his ass. I'm tired of it. Enough is enough. Enough with Cloud. I've had enough of it. Do something else. I get it. Cloud is very popular. Final Fantasy VII is very popular. But there are other Final Fantasy games. There are other Final Fantasy characters. Why do you pick the most basic bitch of choices? Why Sora? Why not Riku? Seriously, what the fuck? What do these two dipshits even have in common with each other anyway? Like, people actually want Link versus Sora. And I agree with them. I can understand where they're coming from. Link versus Sora is at least more interesting than Link versus Cloud. Now, sadly, I'm not doing Link versus Sora. Well, maybe some other time, but I'm doing Link versus Gilgamesh. But if I wasn't doing Link versus Gilgamesh, I would have done Link versus Sora. So, anyone who's listening, just so you know, the only reason why I'm not doing Link versus Sora is because of Link versus Gilgamesh. And even then, that's not necessarily meaning that I won't ever do it. So try not to give up hope, Link versus Sora fans. Someone will do it eventually. I'm sorry you've been neglected for so long. And as for the other Final Fantasy characters, I'm sorry you keep getting overshadowed by fuckboy over here. Mr. Drag Queen. Mr. Blondie Androgynous Fucktard. Mr. I'm gonna overcompensate with an oversized fucking butcher knife. Because we all know Cloud's probably fucking hiding something and needs to overcompensate. Fuck me. Next matchup.
I chose this one because this was the most highly requested over.
I don't care if it's highly requested. I don't give a fuck. Give me something more to work with here.
Other two, so I definitely could see this matchup will actually happen as well. Top 6 is Scarlet Witch versus Raven.
Oh my god. I don't even need to explain why this one doesn't work. Death Battle already said they're never doing this matchup. Seriously. I don't even need to debunk this one. Death Battle already did it for me. As stupid as Death Battle is, even they have enough common sense not to do this. Seriously. Also, trendy matchup, and Marvel versus DC. Fuck off. Next. God damn it. Again, I've already fucking debunked this one. Oh my god. Why? Oh, you people are insane. And then you drag me down into your insanity. Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees is terrible. Michael Myers has no way to kill Jason Voorhees. Jason Voorhees is not only a zombie, but he has actual powers. Michael Myers is just a psychopath. That's it. He's just a big dude with a kitchen knife. He has no abilities. He has no powers. He has nothing. For goodness sake, he got overpowered by an old woman. An old woman beat the shit out of Michael Myers. Do I need to elaborate further? Jason Voorhees can fight against Freddy Krueger. Michael Myers can barely kill an old woman. A wounded old woman at that. I'm just going to make this simple. Jason Voorhees can only be killed through specific means. Even if you want to say that's no limits fallacy and take that away, okay, fair enough. Jason Voorhees has parasitic immortality. Meaning, even if you somehow kill Jason, he'll take your body. And when Jason leaves your body, you will die. So once Jason takes Michael's body and gets into a new body, Michael Myers' body will just melt into dang it, I've become retarded listening to this. Michael Myers will just melt into a puddle of guts and gore. Seriously, I don't understand the appeal of this matchup. Okay, they're both slasher icons. Who cares? Chucky is a slasher icon too. Does that mean that Chucky needs to fight Michael Myers? Because I got news for you. Chucky would whoop Michael Myers' ass too. Even if you use human Jason, it doesn't matter. Michael still would lose. Also, Jason is canonically a zombie. Human Jason was usually retconned as being someone pretending to be Jason Voorhees. It's heavily implied from the very beginning and in the comics that Jason was always a zombie from the very beginning. All the other times where it was a human playing Jason, it was just some guy dressed up pretending to be Jason, like in A New Beginning. Classic timeline has been retconned. You're talking to a horror fanatic. If you think you're going to outlore me, I'd love to see you try. The Thorn timeline has been retconned. The Thorn timeline is no longer canon. So any implied supernatural powers that Michael may have had in that timeline, gone. The current canon timeline is, these are the current movies that are canon. Halloween 2018, and the new Halloween Kills. Everything else, retconned. H2O, retconned. Resurrection, retconned. The Thorn Trilogy, retconned. All of that's gone. The Rob Zombie movies, retconned. That's all gone. No longer canon. You cannot use it. However, the main timeline for Jason Voorhees has not been retconned. The most you could get away with is you could have remake Jason versus Michael. And even then, remake Jason, still a zombie, still would whoop Michael Myers' ass. In fact, remake Jason is even more dangerous because remake Jason is fast, tough, and very intelligent. Remake Jason is where we start to see the more intelligent side of Jason Voorhees. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter how hard you try to justify this. Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees doesn't work. It can't work. And this is the last time I'm ever going to comment on Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. Here's what I will say. Anyone who wants to see Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees, I will offer you a challenge. Come onto my podcast and debate me. Prove to me that Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees isn't an absolute curb stomp. Until then, shut the fuck up about Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. It is a god-awful matchup, okay? Do better. Just because they're horror icons doesn't automatically mean they should fight each other. Yet another one I've already mentioned. This one is stupid too. Literally the only logic is they're teenagers that use sights. Wow. How creative. You know, this is almost as creative as that time that J.J. Abrams took stormtroopers and painted them red. I remember when I saw that, I had to just sit down because my brain could not comprehend the sheer creativity on display here. It's just absolutely incredible. Well, here's the thing. I'm not saying that Jason Voorhees is stupid. Jason Voorhees is pretty smart. I'm just saying that remake Jason is even smarter than all the other Jasons we've seen before. Now, it is heavily implied that the old Jason Voorhees was like retarded or something, and that's why he got bullied. Now, it is only implied. It's never confirmed if Jason was retarded. However, you're right that Jason isn't completely stupid. He is capable of a degree of intelligence. But remake Jason was really intelligent. He was able to set booby traps and all kinds of stuff. Oh God. What am I even looking at here?
3 is Goku versus Superman. Goku versus Superman 3, the other rematch. Now, hear me out. The reason...
Why are you showing a picture of Cosmic Armor Superman? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's Cosmic Armor Superman. And if it's not, either way, why do we need a third one? Are you people just going to keep asking Death Battle to do this until Goku wins? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the literal definition of insanity. Once, twice, 3 times? Is that it? Are we just going to keep getting Goku versus Superman until Goku wins? Seriously, enough. I'm not going to hear you out. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not going to hear you out. This is shit. Okay? I'm not really going to address this one. A lot of people like this matchup. I really don't get it. From what I understand, it's just 2 planet eaters. Lame. And again, I don't care if it's highly requested. Just because it's highly requested doesn't mean it's good, okay? Guess what? Guess what? When Star Wars Episode 9 was starting to come out, if you went on the official Star Wars website, one of the most requested things was everything Rey and Kylo Ren related. A lot of fans, in massive quotations, wanted to see Kylo Ren. Guess what? People hated Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren was garbage. Just because a lot of people want it doesn't mean you should give it to them. A lot of people used to want Michael Bay Transformer movies. Does that mean that we should have gotten them? Absolutely not. The term highly requested means nothing. give me something more to work with, then, well, there's a lot of people that want to see it.
And number 1 is Alex Mercer versus Cole McGrath. And the reason why I definitely can see this matchup actually happen, because this also been highly requested.
Okay, who age restricts their own video? I'm sorry, while your video was better than the last guy's, that was just terrible. A lot of these matchups were nonsensical or an absolute waste of time. Now, let me pull something up here real quick before we move on to the next video. Let me see if I can find a thumbnail for this. If I can't, no worries. I don't know who wanted Lex Luthor back. Like, I doubt there was that many people pining for Lex Luthor. You can't kill the god of chaos. You better calm your tits, Carnage fans. You are getting in way over your head. Let's be real here. Most versions of your precious Carnage will fucking die against Lucy. Fucking deal with it. You petulant little fucking comic book fuckboys. You little Spider-Man cocksuckers. Quit disrespecting Lucy. Enough. I get it. You're mad that Death Battle fucked over your favorite character. Guess what? They've done the same thing to me several times. But you don't see me going over and disrespecting the character because of what Death Battle did. Lucy will kill most versions of Carnage. That is a fucking fact. A fact I can prove to you. Now quit your bitching. I get that you're upset at what Death Battle did, but stop dragging Lucy down because you're butthurt. Deal with the fact that Carnage would lose. My friend Kyle, one of the biggest Spider-Man fans I know, says Carnage loses. Deal with it. Jesus. Frickin' crybabies, I tell ya. Jeez, I swear, I have never seen such petulance from a fan base before. Good God. Some people, I swear. Well, it's not a thumbnail, but screw it, it's the next best thing. By the way, if I have to explain that I am intentionally over-exaggerating my anger levels, I might actually get angry. Anyone who's actually seen what I sound like when I'm angry would know that this is my fake anger. Anyway, sorry, let me get this image up real quickly. It's not a thumbnail, but it's a kind of cute meme that I think you guys will get a kick out of. Okay, here we go. Okay, I don't know why the aspect ratio on this one sucks, but whatever. Okay. So, Lucy versus John Wick. Now, let's go over this. I constantly use this as an example of why similarities mean nothing when talking about good versus matchups. Like, God tier meme aside, Lucy and John Wick, terrible opponents. But here's the thing, just because Lucy and John Wick have a lot in common, that doesn't mean they should fight. Because there are other factors that need to be taken into account. Compatibility, chemistry, story. These things are very important. If you throw those away, then everything is going to fall apart. There's nothing John Wick could do that would be capable of killing Lucy. John Wick is just a guy that's very good with guns and knives. He's a very good martial artist, don't get me wrong. Lucy is an incredibly powerful telekinetic. Guns are useless against her. If John Wick tried to fight her, it would be like that scene from The Matrix where Neo stops all the bullets. Seriously, whenever I see people use similarities to justify a versus matchup, I think in my head, well, so by your logic, does that mean that John Wick should fight Lucy? Don't get me wrong, John Wick interacting with Lucy would be very interesting, but they should never fight each other. Because there's nothing John Wick would be able to do to him. John Wick is just a really tough human being. For some reason, the people who really like Carnage completely flipped their shit when Carnage lost. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Lucy. I love me some John Wick. I think a crossover movie of these two just going on a killing spree could be very interesting. However, in a fight, this would end very poorly. So, yeah. Terrible idea. Absolutely awful. You gotta do better, people. I mean, come on. You need to do more than say, well, a lot of people want it, or, well, they're the same thing. Okay. Let's try to find another video. Let's see here. Let's see. You guys got any suggestions? If you have any suggestions, let me know. Let's see here. Top 25 most wanted death battle episodes. Oh yeah, I listened to this. Gotta say, not really all that impressed. Honestly, I think just some generic metal music probably would have been an improvement. Yeah, I'm not even going to address that one because I don't know how The Rock versus Jason makes any sense. Also, I'm really sick of seeing the same matchups over and over and over again. I don't know if I should try to finish this one off. Since this guy basically is the king of shitty death battle idea channels. When it comes to all these death battle idea channel machines that just shit out terrible idea after terrible idea, I can't think of one bigger and more well-known than Grand Bull. It's literally all he's well-known for. His video was so bad, I literally had to rage quit. Wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gah! Doctor Doom versus Gilgamesh? Haven't we already been over this? Christ. Oh, hey, look, it's my video. The first episode of Let's Roast Terrible Death Battle Ideas. 2.5k views. Now, that's what I like to see. Spread the word. The world needs to know about these terrible ideas. I wonder if we should shake it up with the weirdest death battle ideas. Maybe it'll at least give us something different as opposed to the same garbage matchups over and over again. And yeah, when I saw that Grand Bull suggested Palpatine versus Zayahort, I apologize if I mispronounced that guy's name. I've always been shit at pronouncing his name, but even so, that one just makes no sense. Like what? Is it because they're both obsessed with talking about the darkness and all that? Yes, come join the dark side of the Force. I know that was kind of a combination of Wesker's voice from Resident Evil 5 and Palpatine, but hey. Hopefully maybe this guy can at least give us something different, because at this point I'm suffering from so much sensory deprivation with these ideas, I'm going to lose my damn mind. And apparently YouTube hates us. Okay, there we go. Please just give me something different.
Record videos at 2 a.m. in the morning. Hello everybody, it's me, the Nemesis Bloodreich, the Riker of the Nemesis. That's me. One day I got together with two...
Yeah, Voldemort versus Palpatine. Terrible idea. Makes no sense. How the hell is Palpatine supposed to kill Voldemort? The only known way to kill Voldemort is you need to destroy all of his Horcruxes. How the hell is he supposed to do that? Especially when Horcruxes can only be killed by very specific things, like Basilisk Venom or Grey Gryffindor's sword. Voldemort versus Palpatine makes no sense. Palpatine has Voldemort is one of those people that he has immortality. So there's different types of immortality. Maybe I'll go over this in a video someday. But there's different types of immortality. And one of those types of immortality is only being killed through specific means or weapons. A classic example of this is Aku from Samurai Jack. Can only be killed by Jack's sword, aka a divine construct. So if you don't have a divine construct like the Master Sword, Jack's sword, Thor's hammer, or anything with God or divine power, you can't kill Aku. So for example, Goku could kill Aku because he has access to divine ki. Link could kill Aku. He has the Master Sword, which was made by gods, just like Jack's sword, so on and so forth. But Palpatine has access to no such power. Nothing in Palpatine's possessions would be capable of destroying Voldemort. Yeah, I get it. Palpatine has the whole body swap thing, but that's mostly only in the expanded universe. And no, I do not count the Disney universe as canon, so if someone in here tries to be a smartass and say, but Star Wars Episode 9, get fucked. 7, 8, and 9 is not canon, and no self-respecting Star Wars fan would ever consider that trash canon.
Two really cool people I know on a server, one of which is definitely human, and their name very much reflects that, and the other one is a cool British monarch of indeterminate maturity who probably knows more about stuff than I do because he's quite smart.
Saying that Palpatine's stat stomps, incredibly debatable. Also, Voldemort is so hacked, it doesn't even matter. Voldemort literally has access to an instant death spell. What the hell is Palpatine gonna do other than die? One Avada Kedavra and Palpatine's dead.
Of self-made prompts for ideas. That was a very bad way to explain it. Let me try that again. We got together with a bunch of prompts that we came up with so that we could figure out matches that were completely unorthodox. We took mediums not often used in versus debating, such as music or
Please
RPG,
don't disappoint me. I need something different from the usual schlock I put up with.
Battle originate from those mediums or concepts. All of these thumbnails were made by the human, by the way, and I couldn't have done this without his help, or well, either of their help. They're both really cool, and if they're watching this, thank you again. Music. For the medium of music, there were honestly quite a lot of choices, and while I was personally an advocate of Set Abomine from Iced Earth Something Wicked Saga versus either Eddie the Head from Iron Maiden, or Kanada and Heinz from Sodom, or even a battle as simple as Hector from Hammerfall versus the Warrior from Manowar, I was a bit late to the party on this one, and it was already decided that we would have Starman from Rush versus Pink Floyd's Division Bell. I admittedly don't really know much about either in terms of the characters that are represented here. But they look kind of interesting in the thumbnail, and the more I look at this script, the more I realize that
I wonder if I'm going to regret
this.
this.
Very little to talk about. Visual art, a form of art which is completely visual. I actually just explained that in the least useful way possible. For this, we had Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa versus Pablo Picasso's Weeping Woman. They are both women, and they have both been drawn. Though you could argue the underlying matter here is actually Lisa Gherardini versus Dora Maar, as they are the women of which Da Vinci and Picasso based their art on.
I'm just going to let this video run for a bit.
Theatre, performing arts that portray narratives live to an audience. For this one, we originally had the Phantom of the Opera as one of the combatants, but we are also really stupid and forgot that the Phantom originates from a 1909 French novel by Gaston Leroux. So we instead settled on, and I used that term very loosely as the British one. I hope they don't mind me referring to them as such. Just threw this one at the human at literally the last second, but it actually kind of works. William Shakespeare's Hamlet from the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, versus Arthur Miller's William Loman from The Death of a Salesman. These are two characters who are the centerpiece of iconic tragedy plays. William Loman, by the way, is the salesman in Death of a Salesman. It's all about, like, the waning, the days leading up to the death of a salesman who's just, everything's fucked. You could technically feat search this one and decide a winner if you want to, but, I mean, come on. Musicals, you know what the fuck they are. We had plenty of choices, but for some reason settled on Alexander Hamilton from the 2015 musical Hamilton, an American Musical, versus Jesus Christ Superstar from the 1970 rock opera of the same name. You just take a guy everyone knows, a founding father of the Americas, and Jesus Christ, and make the musical protagonists. I'll give it this, it got me to chuckle, and I'm very glad that this thumbnail exists now. Dance. I don't know how to describe this one, it's just dancing. We did the White Swan versus Sugar Plum Fairy, and
Okay. Okay, I'm starting to think this is a terrible idea. Let's try something else because that was a disaster. I know he said it was weird, but I didn't. I don't get the format. I don't get what this dude is doing. Again, why are these people always so self-indulgent? Why does it take you 50 minutes to go over your death battle ideas? Seriously, I'm pretty sure I could go over I'm pretty sure I could go through my most requested ideas in half that time. If I have to see Dio versus Alucard one more time, I'm going to scream. Number one, Dio versus Alucard was already done by Animation Rewind. I know Animation Rewind is trash, but look, it's already been done. Also, Dio versus Alucard is fucking garbage. Okay, I get it, they're both vampires. Who gives a shit if they're both vampires? How many times have we seen vampire versus vampire? Honestly, how many times? We see vampire versus vampire in almost every vampire movie ever. Even Twilight had vampires fight each other. Vampires versus other vampires is not really all that interesting. I'm sorry, it's not. It's lame. Even Alucard's universe shaked it up and had him fight more than just other vampires because that would get boring after a while. And why Dio? Why not any other vampire? Why does it always have to be Dio? Or is it because most of the people that suggest matchups are just basic bitches that only know about Hellsing and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because they're popular and mainstream, and they don't know anything about some of the more obscure vampire characters like Vampire Hunter D or that guy from Trinity Blood, whatever it's called. Also, Alucard decimates Dio. About the only advantage Dio can lay claim to is speed. He's faster. That's about it. But considering that Alucard can literally teleport anywhere he wants with Schrodinger's powers, it's kind of irrelevant now, isn't it? Anyway, let's try to find another video. One that hopefully won't give me a headache or just repeat the same garbage over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Huh. Somebody already responded to my comment I left on that video we just spoke about. Oops. Let's see here. We got another response from that other guy. 3 likes, and all I simply put was just my catchphrase down there. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? I know you guys can't see it, sorry, but trust me, they're there. Anyway. Top 15 worst DBX episodes. That sounds tempting. But this is about roasting shitty death battle ideas, so maybe it'll have to be saved for another time. I mean, here's the thing. As long as Alucard is aware of his existence, he cannot die. How in the fuck is Dio supposed to kill him? How? What is Dio gonna do to him? What, is he gonna squash him with that stupid steamroller of his? Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, let's try this one.
Hi, I'm Joe.
I saw this dude use footage of my boy Sam's special boy Shiro. So, yeah, I gotta see what this is all about. So, if he decides to, disrespect Shiro, he knows where to find this guy. Let me get this pulled up. Alright. And here we go.
Joshua Carving, and welcome to my top 10 most wanted death battles. Over these last 6 years,
I've always said that DBX is a monumental waste of time. And it is. If there's no research, then it's just mindless entertainment. And if you want mindless entertainment, go watch Freddy vs. Jason. Go watch Kong vs. Godzilla. At least you'll get more worth for your money.
Some of which have been fights that I've clamored for, and some have surprised me as favorites I didn't even know that I wanted. But never have I thrown my own hat into the ring saying the fights that I personally want. So today I'll be counting down my...
Maybe if my relationship with Death Battle wasn't shattered into pieces, I would have done a video like this of my own.
With characters that are recognizable, feasible to implement, and in general actually have a shot in hell of being a matchup.
Oh, so this guy is hyping himself up. He trying to sound like a versus debater over here, like he knows what he's talking about. Okay. Let's see what you got then, boy.
I'll actually be posting a second list with fights that I want that I've basically given up hope on actually seeing. So look forward to that. So without further ado, my top 10 most
see you around.
reasonable death battles. Number 10. King Bradley versus Solidus Snake.
Huh?
Starting off our list is the battle of evil eye-patched sword presidents, and if those 4 words don't make it clear why this is an extremely hype fight, I can go into it.
So because they have eye patches and swords, that makes it a hype fight. All that, and the first thing you give me is garbage. Really? Come on, you gotta give me something more to work with than their eye-patched badasses with swords, for the love of God. I mean, Kenpachi is an eye-patched badass with a sword. You want to throw Kenpachi in there while you're at it? Although, if you know anything about power scaling like you're implying, I highly doubt you would do that.
A little bit more. Both of these two manipulate events from the background, integrating right into the power of their societies, despite Bradley being a homunculus and Solidus being a clone of Big Boss. Both go into battle with swords, but Solidus's are high-frequency blades, and he wears stat-enhancing suit with grabbing, missile-firing Doc Ock tendrils, against Bradley's precognitive ultimate eye and homunculus-enhanced physiology. The animation for this fight would be capable of being extremely quick, as both characters are very fast in combat, leading to lightning speed.
Just because it's capable of doing it doesn't mean that Death Battle will be capable of bringing it to life. Death Battle has shown countless times that they're shit at adapting things, even though they have the money and resources to do more. They couldn't even adapt Naruto versus Ichigo very well, and that should have been easy for them to do.
With swordplay. In addition, the characters are similar enough to be thematic, while their movesets still remain different enough to keep the fight from seeming like a mirror match, and that's always...
How is this not a mirror matchup? What, because it's Solidus's tech nonsense versus... Also, see, it's not just me. Even this dude is aware of mirror matches. See, mirror match isn't something I just made up. There you go. But anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. But how is this not a mirror matchup? Seriously. Their backstory is the same. Their aesthetic is the same. They both use swords. How is this not a mirror matchup? It has all the ingredients. Seriously. Like, and how many times do I have to explain? Similarities alone doesn't make something thematic. Something being thematic makes something thematic. Like, you think that Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker was thematic because, oh, they're just so similar. No. It was thematic because of the story that went in to making Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader's fight so compelling. What the hell?
Is key in battle. Number 9. Professor Layton versus Tintin.
Huh? Who are these guys? I can't. I'm probably just going to skip this one. Sorry, but I have to skip this one. Nobody knows who these guys are. I'm sorry.
There are very few limits. Number 8.
And you stole my idea. Now, for those of you who are confused, I was once talking to my boy Sam. If he is here, hopefully he'll confirm that this conversation did indeed happen. I once suggested as a joke Gilgamesh versus Gilgamesh, and I mentioned Gilgamesh from the Final Fantasy series. Okay, they both have the same name. Really? I'm sure he probably has more reasons than that, but you literally took a matchup that I used as a joke, and you're taking it seriously. Also, I'm going to tell you this right now, Gilgamesh shits... I'm getting tongue-tied. Gilgamesh shit stomps Gilgamesh. Final Fantasy is ridiculously broken, and while Gilgamesh... Actually, that's another reason why this matchup doesn't work. Gilgamesh is mostly a joke character that's not meant to be taken seriously. The whole point of Gilgamesh is that he's a goofy character that gets his ass kicked. He's more of a gag character than anything else. So yeah, this is dumb, and Gilgamesh would get his ass whooped. I have gone through enough Final Fantasy versus Fate matchups with my boy Sam, and he'll tell you, based on what I've told him about what the Final Fantasy universe is capable of, he shot all of them down. Archer versus Furion, terrible idea. Let's see, Leon versus Lancelot, terrible idea, had to throw it aside. Cecil versus Saber, same thing. The result was always the same. The reality is the Final Fantasy universe is too powerful for most of the Fate universe. Yeah, there are some characters in Fate that could match the Final Fantasy universe, but not many can. More times than not, they're going to die a lot. So this is just a terrible idea.
Gilgamesh versus Gilgamesh. Often, matchups where the characters have the same name are pretty bad fights. Weak in actual connections, usually horrible.
Oh gee, no shit.
Like the lowest of bottom rung fight suggestions. But in this case, there is actually something more to it. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes from Fate, and Gilgamesh, the universe-hopping collector of Final Fantasy. Both of these characters are high and mighty sword collectors, known to foes all across their crazy multiverses. A fight between these two would be honestly a lot to manage in terms of abilities and weapons. Both of these Gilgameshes have vast catalogs of weapons to choose from, Fate's being able to access him through his Gate of Babylon, and leading up to his ultimate weapon, Ea. He also has several potent magical capabilities like Precog, the Chain's Enkidu, and the resistance is provided by his golden armor. He's arrogant yet powerful in contrast to Final Fantasy's Gilgamesh, and we'll call him
Not anymore. See, Gilgamesh in Fate Strange Fake is no longer arrogant and egotistical. So Gilgamesh isn't arrogant anymore. So you're really out of touch with what's going on in the Fate universe right now. So yeah. Nice try, but people gotta stop bringing up Gilgamesh's arrogance because it's no longer a part of his character anymore. At least as far as Fate Strange Fake Gilgamesh is concerned. So, yeah. Also, which version of Gilgamesh? There are different variations. Caster Gilgamesh, Archer Gilgamesh. Which one are we using here?
Greg to differentiate. That's what Hildy does. Greg is far less serious, but no less dangerous. He has swords like Zanmato, Masamune, and Ame no Murakumo. But just as important are his vast abilities and magics. He has death manipulation, turning people into chickens or frogs, enlargement of self, disguises, teleportation, self-duplications, making enemies tiny, buffs, and the list goes on. The main thing that keeps this...
And knowing all of this, you think Gilgamesh has a shot in hell? Honestly. Again, you're taking a matchup that I used as a... I honestly wish I made this joke matchup public so that way I could show what I'm talking about. You took a joke and you're taking it seriously. Seriously, people, the jokes write themselves. Everything terrible I say comes true. Seriously. What's next? So, Pico showing up in Death Battle. Is that going to happen? I once made a joke that Death Battle could literally have Pico from Boku no Pico show up, and it would still get millions of views. Is that going to happen now?
This one from being higher on the list is the absolute nightmare that it would be to research. Fate on its own is already a daunting challenge to even start to ponder where to begin. But with how many games Gilgamesh has appeared in too, you'd need to look...
Okay, the Fate timeline is not that complicated to figure out. Everyone always thinks that Fate's timeline is just impossible to understand. It's like Kingdom Hearts. But that couldn't be further from the truth. It's not that difficult to figure out if you have basic knowledge of Fate. It's easy. Fate Zero. It literally tells you it's the first. Fate Zero. Then you got Fate Stay Night, which is the sequel to Fate Zero. Then you got Fate Hollow. Then after that, you got a lot of the spin-offs. Then you have Fate Apocrypha. Like, I might dedicate a video to this because I don't want to get too deep into it here, but the Fate universe isn't that difficult to figure out. Yes, I can agree that Fate is very difficult to power scale, but not unreasonably so. Me and my friend Sam do it all the time. If we can do it, it's not that difficult. I know Death Battle is severely mentally challenged, but they have a team of researchers that they can hire to do their work for them.
Through a lot of that as well. It'd be a lot of effort, but in my opinion, it would be well worth it to see these two sword-collecting powerhouses throw down.
Also, again, how is this not a mirror matchup? Like, the only thing I can give you is, okay, their personalities are different. That's about it. Outside of that, it's still your typical mirror matchup garbage. Oh, they're both sword-collecting guys, so have them fight. Even though the compatibility is completely fucked.
Number 7. Adam Jensen versus Motoko Kusanagi.
Huh?
Bringing things from the sword and magic fantasy to the fantasy of the near future, where cyborgs and machines dominate combat. In these cybernetic worlds, few are as recognizable as Adam Jensen and Major Motoko Kusanagi. They use the full extent of the technology of their worlds, boasting powerful firearms, invisibility, hacking, scanning, fistfighting, and several other things unique to each side. The animation potential for this fight is insane, too, with a firefight devolving into a tech-off with cybernetic limbs and abilities. It could be basically a second coming for Snake vs. Sam Fisher, a fight that is still lauded among one of the best in the series. This is actually...
Yeah, that fight was fine.
matchup
I'll give you
that I've
points
seen,
there.
And I'm honestly surprised that Death Battle hasn't done it yet. The Major is one of the more iconic anime...
Well, that's because Death Battle doesn't like doing anything that's good. We've seen Death Battle on their podcast. They will blatantly ignore ideas that they know are good. Like when they admitted that a lot of the matchup requests they were getting for Carnage were good, but they blatantly ignored them in favor of doing Lucy for really no reason. I mean, maybe I'll give you a little bit of slack. Maybe this one could work. Sadly, I don't know too much about the Deus Ex universe. I think I've played Deus Ex like one time. And I know a little bit about the Major.
characters, so I do think this one's only a matter of time until we get it. And when it gets announced and people are memeing it up and saying, I never asked for this, I'll be able to stand up and proudly say that I certainly did. Number 6. Jason Bourne versus...
Well, I kind of saw this one coming. This one, people have been suggesting for a long time. James Bond versus Jason Bourne. Although this one is going to be a little bit messy because there are 9 million different James Bonds and 007s. Where there's one Jason Bourne. How do you pick? Like, one of the whole things about 007 is that there can be multiple Agent 007s, and there's a million different James Bonds.
James Bond. Going from one tech-oriented heavy hitter to the next, this is another fight that I'm honestly surprised they just haven't bothered to do. From as early as the first season, people have wondered not if but when this fight was going to happen. Two super spies going head-to-head, the intellect and physical prowess of Bourne against the cunning and tech of Bond.
But here's my question. What does this matchup have to offer that we didn't already get from Snake versus Sam Fisher? Because that's the thing. This, to me, the reason why people want to see this fight is very similar to why people wanted Snake versus Sam Fisher. So, what is so much more different about this one?
Very little thought to see why people ask for this fight. Not only have the two series been somewhat seen as rivals, but both still churn out movies over decades of publication. The hardest thing would probably be regarding James Bond and what you include for him. If you give him every gadget he's ever had, it might be a little bit much, and it's always been unclear if the various Bonds have been the same person or different people with the same codename. Regarding the fight itself...
From what I understand about the James Bond series, I could admit that I'm wrong, but here's my understanding of it. There are multiple agents with the 007 title. So you have to be very specific with which one that you use. Because James Bond is not the only Agent 007. Hell, the recent James Bond movie that they're making proves this, because some black woman takes over as the current Agent 007 because James Bond disappeared. You see what I mean?
Now uses the perfect thing that makes these fights more feasible than ever: live action. Since Deathwing vs. Daredevil has been on the table that we're going to be getting some live action fights.
Did this dude just say Deathwing, or am I just hearing stuff? I swear to fuck he said Deathwing.
And I really pray that they don't just use them to toss Marvel and DC against each other all the time on the street level characters. That kind of fight is perfect for live action, and we really need this one sooner rather than later. Number 5. Ashen One versus Dovahkiin. Death Battle has always struggled with RPGs. Their methods have always varied from giving the characters next to nothing to giving them very little, to giving them their anime. Yeah, Death Battle has not really done great for RPGs, but we haven't had the genre in Death Battle for quite some time now.
Yeah, so if you know Death Battle is incompetent at power scaling RPGs, which by the way, it's not that hard to power scale RPGs. Maybe it's because I'm an RPG fanatic, but it's not that difficult. I can power scale Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger. It's not rocket science. The fact that Death Battle is inept at power scaling RPGs is beyond me. Like, are the big numbers really all that scary? Or is it just because they have too much shit? Seriously, what the hell, Death Battle?
About a fight like this one, Dovahkiin versus the Chosen Undead has always been a very popular request, but I think at the end of the day, the Ashen One, the protagonist of Dark Souls 3, is a bit more preferable. On the one hand, there's more or less the same theme of prophesized warriors tearing through gods and beasts, gaining vast skill in a variety of combat methods. While the Chosen Undead would suffice, the Ashen One just brings more to the table to make it interesting. Both use full armories of weaponry, swords, shields, axes, bows, hammers, daggers, several different schools of magic, draconic abilities, and more. Ultimately, I feel like a fight like this would need to be 3D or in a perfect world live action, but this is definitely much more impactful, grounded sword combat than we've gotten before. Add in the various weapons, armor, and magic, and this could really be the most hype sword fight that they ever do.
Yeah, you're giving Death Battle a little bit too much credit. They would choke if they even so much as tried.
Yuna versus Sheena Fujibayashi.
Excuse me?
There are another 2 JRPGs that have been yet to be represented in Death Battle. The Tales of series and any Final Fantasy that isn't 7. Like, come on, 15 main series games to go with and you have all 3 reps from one game? Spread the love a little bit. This fight provides both of these, as we get Sheena from Tales of Symphonia against Yuna from Final Fantasy X and X-2 in the Ultimate Summoner Showdown. Both of these summoners can fight...
I figured that's where he was going with this. Well, they're both summoners, but here's the thing. Yuna was only a summoner in the first game, and she killed all her Aeons. Yuna no longer had the ability to summon Aeons in X-2, because they were all dead. That's why in the second game, Yuna ditched her summoner staff and all that stuff and got a pair of handguns instead. Because she no longer had a use for it. Also, there's the whole dress sphere thing. How the hell are you supposed to make that work? And Yuna can literally change dress spheres in combat, so you can't just ignore it. So how are you supposed to make that work? This is why you shouldn't say, well, they're both summoners, so have them fight, because that just pigeonholes Yuna as nothing more than a summoner. She's so much more than that, especially if you factor in 10-2, where Yuna can become almost any job class, from a warrior, black mage, white mage, gun mage, a lot of different ridiculous classes. And Yuna has access to firearms now.
On their own, but their trump card
Also, why Yuna specifically? Why not Rydia? Or any other summoner? How about Eiko? Dagger? Why Yuna specifically? Also, no offense, but Yuna's kind of a ditzy moron.
and their elemental summons, laying down godlike powers on the battlefield that embody the aspects of their worlds. Yuna's Aeons, like Ixion, Anima, Shiva, and the mighty Bahamut, facing down Sheena's summoned spirits like Shadow, Volt, Gnome, and Origin.
So these characters aren't actually going to be fighting each other, their summons are. So what's the point of them fighting? Honestly, I would say Final Fantasy X-2 is better than Final Fantasy X. And yes, I encourage you, any fellow Final Fantasy fans, come at me. I'll save that for another conversation, but yeah. Spoiler alert, Final Fantasy X does not hold up as well as people think it does. Don't get me wrong, it's still a decent Final Fantasy game. It's still better than something like 12. But here's the thing. I would say Final Fantasy X, of all the classic Final Fantasy games, has probably aged the worst. The characters are shit with the exception of Jecht and Auron. They range from dumb to just annoying. The villains are absolutely laughable. The art style is ridiculous. The story is really fucking stupid and makes no sense. Also, Final Fantasy X gave us Titus. It should get deducted a point for that alone. Also, because of Final Fantasy X, we're now stuck with this dumb linear bullshit that that made Final Fantasy XIII so unplayable. If you hate Final Fantasy XIII, how can you not hate Final Fantasy XII? Not Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X was patient zero for that shit.
Overall, it's about 10 Aeons and Yuna against 13 summons and Sheena, which leads us to the big challenge that comes with this fight. Yuna certainly has serviceable models to use for the animation, but Sheena does not, nor do her summons. Tales of Symphonia isn't a game that people talk about for its graphics, and if they were to use Sheena, they would basically have to build whatever they're using from the ground up. It's not infeasible given Goro versus much.
Or, here's a thought. Just use a different art style. This is why Death Battle should do more 2D animation. Seriously, I could make models for these characters. It's not that difficult. Just use a little cell shading and you should be fine. You don't always have to rip models from the games. Now, I get that's what he's in saying, that Death Battle would absolutely need to do that, but not necessarily. They could also do it hand-drawn and still achieve the same effect. Also, hand-drawn could give them a lot of freedom as well.
Champ had some custom, unique models that they made for both of them, but it's definitely something that could lead to them deciding to do other fights instead. And that would be really unfortunate. It's such an awesome army showdown, while Yuna can even bring out dress spheres and such. It'd really lend itself well to an amazingly choreographed.
Yeah, and guess what? The dress spheres alone would break the fight. Also, how are you going to determine the winner? If Yuna manages to kill her without even using her summons, then what's even the point? Which Yuna could totally do. Just whip out a dress sphere. She could literally materialize a sword out of thin fucking air. She has access to guns and whatnot. She could literally just blow her fucking brains out with a gun. She could literally turn into a white mage if she gets injured. The dress spheres alone would absolutely break the fight. This fight is broken. There's nothing here. All you have is, will they both use monsters? This is the same logic people use to justify Ash versus Lucy. Another notoriously bad matchup where the only logic is, will they both fight with summoned monsters or captured monsters, so have them fight. That one wouldn't work. What makes you think this one would?
The army versus army style is something we've not seen in a long while either.
Also, how is this army versus army? They have 10 monsters and the other one has 13. I don't think army means what you think it means. When I think of an army, I think of like 100 people going at it. I don't think of someone with a squad of barely a dozen monsters. How is that an army versus army fight?
Since the long past days of Season 1 with Wily versus Eggman, I think we could definitely use a more recent one than that. Number 3.
Of course.
Versus the Prince of Persia.
Should I even be surprised this is a thing?
For this fight, considering it was a DBX. But what we got did not exactly scratch the itch that this fight could scratch. They barely used anything that either fighter had, and it was a little bit sloppy from an animation perspective. What we really need is the full-on death battle treatment to make this one right. The comparison goes without saying.
Oh, so we need death battle to lowball and highball the characters. We need death battle to make cringy jokes. We need death battle to fail at power scaling. And we need death battle to fuck over one of these two characters. Gotcha.
Historical fantasy freerunners using swordplay technology and ancient artifacts to get the upper hand. The Dagger of Time and Apple of Eden in particular throw this match from something that's a lot more of a basic fight into being a lot more interesting. And despite what you might think, Ezio is far more than a peak human and can likely keep pace with the prince's clearly superhuman feats. The animation is where I think this one would shine the most.
Care to explain how Ezio is beyond peak human? No? What? Why do I even bother?
Equipment arsenals with sword choreography taking the driver's seat of the fight, sprinkled with free running across rooftops and up castle walls. It would feel right at home in either series, giving us what we were just teased of in the DBX. Number 2. Lightning versus Sheena.
Oh my god. Even Grand Bull thinks that this is fucking garbage. If even Grand Bull thinks that this sucks, then you don't need me to explain to you why this sucks. Also, Lightning versus Wonder Woman, hello? Am I the only one here who gets this? These Final Fantasy ones are just really painful. Also, this matchup is trash. Lightning, I don't even know very much about Shulk, and even then, I know that Shulk would get his fucking ass handed to him. Even if you highball him and say that he's solar system level, guess what? Lightning is universal. What the fuck is Shulk gonna do to her? Lightning has access to some of the most dangerous magic in history because the magic system in Final Fantasy is broken. Lightning has killed fucking gods. Lightning could go toe-to-toe with DC characters and beat the fucking shit out of them. Lightning could throw Superman over her fucking shoulder. Lightning could walk up to Thor and just throw him over her lap and fucking spank the utter living shit out of Thor. Lightning became the literal goddess of death and then killed the actual god of her universe. Lightning's powers are off the charts. She's one of the most overpowered Final Fantasy protagonists. She is ridiculously OP. What the fuck are you doing here? How do you manage to take a matchup that even Granbull says is absolute garbage and go with it? What are you doing, my guy? Did you even bother to check compatibility? There's no way that you can't be unaware that Lightning is universal. She killed Bunavelza, who created the universe that she exists in.
Taking the runner-up spot is a battle of cosmic proportion and an ascended community death battle to boot. Shulk has always been pretty highly requested, and with the remaster having come out not too long ago, the time is perfect to get the Monado boy into a death battle of his own. Lightning tends to be his preferred opponent, well, that or Ness, but just no. People ask for that because of psychic versus psychic, but that's not how either of them work. Shulk has clairvoyance, not psychic powers, and Ness uses his PSI for a lot of things, but not clairvoyance. There's no theme there. This brings us back to Lightning. The two are cosmic god slayers, both wielding the power of the gods that they slay. Shulk was tricked by Zanza to use the Monado, and Lightning was tricked into thinking she was the Saver Bunabel's sought. Lightning has a massive array of abilities and spells to use, while Shulk has far fewer, relying on a small, powerful moveset, backed up by his perfect clairvoyance at the end of the game. The scope of a fight like this would be immense, as both characters have capabilities on a universal scale, and we all know Torian loves animating Lightning. Unfortunately,
Torian no longer works with Death Battle. Number one, you can't just say that Shulk is universal. You actually have to fucking prove it. Even Granbull is better than you right now. He at least went through the trouble to calc some fucking feats. You are less than Granbull right now. I can't believe I'm praising fucking Granbull. How is Shulk universal? How? Can you be bothered to do any power scaling or explain your thought process at all? Jesus H. Christ. I can explain to you my thought process with every matchup I've decided for Death Battle. I've power scaled them. I haven't calced them yet, but I will calc them. I could go into a video explaining to you why I think every matchup in my first season of Blood Royale works. Like, you... Oh my god.
for him, Shulk isn't the pushover he thinks he is, and if Lightning won, she would need to work very hard for her victory, and the magnitude of destruction...
No, Lightning would not need to work for her victory. The only thing I could see being a problem for Lightning is Shulk's clairvoyance, which would be a minor annoyance for her at best. Like I said, Lightning has access to magic that would just completely break the fight. She has access to things like stop, slow, haste, instant death, poison. Like, what the... Ugh. Sometimes these matchups are so bad they actually hurt my brain.
This fight would be immense, potentially being the next fight to end a universe. I once again think that this one is only a matter of time until it happens, which is actually why I have it as the number 2 spot. I kind of wanted to...
I hate to break it to you, buddy, but odds are it's likely never going to happen. You really think Death Battle is even going to so much as acknowledge Lightning's existence? They don't give a fuck. If they cared about Lightning, they would have done her by now. Get real, dude. Unless she's from Final Fantasy VII, they don't fucking care. Let's be honest here. They're not going to do Lightning. They hate Final Fantasy. They admit they don't like Final Fantasy. They hate power scaling Final Fantasy. You're wasting your time. And you've admitted that Final Fantasy is incompetent when it comes to RPGs. Why? Stop it. Honestly.
Move number one to a fight that's a bit more near and dear to my heart. One that isn't quite so guaranteed, but it's one that I would love to see anyway. Number 1. The Knight versus...
Oh, fuck. Me and Fan War went over this one. It's not public, but in some of our DMs, I was speaking about other opponents that you could do for Ori, because I thought that Ori versus Celebi was a bad idea. But, so I suggested the Hollow Knight, and that was a disaster. Hollow Knight is way too OP. Once again, I do not believe you power scaled these characters. If you did, you would know that the Knight would absolutely rape Ori. This is just terrible. God-awful curb stomp. This is shit. I tried suggesting this matchup, and I realized that it was garbage. Even... This matchup was so shit, even Fan War wanted nothing to do with it. And consider some of the shitty matchups that Fan War has done. My God, this was awful. Most of these suck. I don't believe you did any powers. Well, this guy was extremely disappointing. Then again, I really gotta stop expecting much. Because the Versus community is a frickin' mess right now. My God, that was terrible. Whew, okay. Well, that one was a disaster. I mean, I guess there was a couple gems in there, but not worth it. Okay, let's see here. Huh, can't believe it's only been 2 hours. I expected at this point. I'm well aware that I'm the black sheep of the Versus community. But even so, I don't say the things that I say because I'm some kind of asshole. I'm just a very passionate Versus debater that cares about the community. But sadly, some people just aren't really willing to understand my thought process. Either because maybe it's too ahead for some people in the Versus community, maybe because the community is still young, maybe people are too ignorant, I don't know. Okay, well, that one didn't go so well. Death battle match ideas for every Cartoon Network character. Nope. Well, here's one that'll hopefully be short, sweet, and to the point, and won't hurt my brain that much. Trash. Moving on. Huh? Okay. Why exactly? Why am I even bothering asking? I'm not going to get an explanation. Oh god, not this one. Do people really take this fucking matchup seriously? First off, Oogway gets his ass handed to him. Second off, fucking mirror matchup. Waste of fucking time. Huh? Can we stop doing DBZ characters versus Captain Marvel, please? Also, Captain Marvel, I don't know very much about this character, but I'm pretty sure Captain Marvel would get her ass kicked. Contrary to what the MCU will have you believe, Captain Marvel's really not all that powerful. She's like star level at best. She would barely hold up in a fight against Saitama. She's about as strong as Boros. So yeah, Saitama would bitch slap Captain Marvel, because she's about as strong as Boros. Oh my god! For the love of Christ! It's times like this I wish I did drugs. That's it, we're done here. I'm not going to waste your guys' time by continuing to have the same matchups repeat over and over and over again. Fuck. It's all the same shit. Yeah, I don't know why people really pine for Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is garbage. Captain Marvel is so shitty, Disney had to basically rig it to get her crappy movie $1 billion. Nobody cares about Captain Marvel. Her comics never sold well. Nobody ever gave a flying fuck about her. Might as well finish what I started with Grand Bull.
Alucard versus Dio.
And I've already explained why Alucard versus Dio doesn't work. I'm not going through this again. This matchup is terrible. It's just your typical vampire on vampire nonsense. Dio has no way to kill Alucard. Alucard has too many ways to kill Dio. Alucard has a regeneration negation ability that works specifically on vampires but nothing else. That's why you don't put vampires against Alucard. Fuck.
Number 2. Alright, we're at number 2 finally. One of my favorite ideas for a death battle. Second favorite, but whatever. I'm excited. At number 2, we have Lord Palpatine. Let's see who he's gonna fight.
This is gonna be painful, isn't it? being physically stronger than Alucard means jack shit. When Alucard can literally just regenerate from your attacks as if nothing even happened.
Lord Palpatine versus Lord Xehanort. Voldemort is a complete and utter stomp for Palpatine. He could destroy all the Horcruxes within 10 seconds. Akuma is powerful, but still nowhere near as powerful.
Did this guy just say that Palpatine would curb stomp Voldemort? Excuse me? Based on what? How the fuck is he gonna destroy the Horcruxes? One of those Horcruxes is Harry Potter. So not only does Palpatine have to kill Harry Potter somehow, but he has to kill all the other Horcruxes. First off, he has to know where they are. Good luck figuring that out. Second off, he has to have something specifically designed to destroy Horcruxes. Very difficult to get your hands on. He can't just force lightning all of them. I'm pretty sure if it were that simple, the Hogwarts students would have just found the Horcruxes and just blown them up with a lightning spell. So, what the fuck are you on, Grand Bull? I mean, I know you're not very good at this, but come on. I don't even know jack shit about Harry Potter. Well, I shouldn't say I know jack shit. I've seen a couple of the movies, and I have power-scaled Harry because he's going to be fighting Percy Jackson. However, even based on a little bit of knowledge I know about Harry Potter, I know that Palpatine has little to no way of destroying the Horcruxes. And even then, what's to stop Voldemort from just using an Avada Kedavra and killing him right there? I mean, Palpatine couldn't even defeat Mace Windu, for God's sake. And yes, Mace Windu did defeat Palpatine. That is canon, and George Lucas himself states this.
Was Palpatine. So that leaves Xehanort. Now, some people think of this fight as a stop for Xehanort, because, say it with me now, Xehanort is universal and Palpatine is only building level. And to that I say, in all seriousness though, this fight is far from a stop. So for this fight, by the way, we're using Legends Palpatine. Since Death Battle looks at the character at their fullest potential. So let's see that potential, shall we? Palpatine has your obvious Sith Lord powers. He can brainwash people into doing his bidding, lift people up and force choke them, and of course, use Force Lightning. You think that's all there is to their Force powers, but there's a shit ton more to that than that.
Yeah, you're talking to a Star Wars lore master. I'm well aware of Palpatine's abilities and legends. How do you think I'm aware of essence transfer? But whatever, go on.
He has telekinesis, force sense, hypersonic speed, the ability to hide his force powers from others.
Is this dude over here jerking off about hypersonic speed? Dude, hypersonic speeds ain't shit. Okay? It's not. Even fucking Kimimorra, who everyone loves to lowball, is hypersonic speeds. Like, what the fuck? That... Oh my god. Jerking off hypersonic speed, that's hilarious. Pfft. Shoot, frickin' Lucy could probably outspeed Palpatine.
Others, energy absorption, pyrokinesis, force rage, static barriers, future sight, force crush, force scream, the ability to drain force energy from other people.
You're mentioning powers. You're not mentioning feats. Now, as far to my knowledge, I don't know if Xehanort is universal or not. I've only played a few Kingdom Hearts games, and I've only beaten like one or two. But if he's anywhere near as strong as Sora or Riku, Palpatine's gonna have a bad time because again, Palpatine lost to Mace Windu. You're jerking off Palpatine, but he's really not as impressive as you make him out to be. Same with Yoda. Like, Death Battle was trying really hard to make Yoda look really fucking powerful, so they could justify putting him against a Kingdom Hearts character.
Force Heal, the ability to manipulate anyone's force powers. Force Whirlpools, Essence Transfer, Sith Alchemy, Sith Sorcery, and Force Slow. But the most powerful and most dangerous ability he has, the Force Storm. What makes it so dangerous? Oh, it's nothing special. It's just a planet-sized storm with the power of a black hole. But his main weapons are two dual red lightsabers, allowing him to cut down anyone who gets in his way. Xehanort, on the other hand, has very similar powers.
Yeah, a lightsaber is just a plasma sword. I doubt a plasma sword is really going to impress Xehanort. Especially because I'm pretty sure you need something like a Keyblade just to even threaten him. Not to mention, Palpatine hates lightsabers, and he only used them to make fun of Jedi. Palpatine said a true Force user doesn't need a lightsaber because they have the Force themselves, because the Force is the greatest weapon.
Being a master sorcerer, he has access to all sorts of magic techniques. He has Dark Key Energy Blast, telepathy, gravity manipulation.
Spawn versus Ghost Rider is not a good matchup. Stop trying to fucking bait. Ghost Rider shit stomps Spawn. Spawn wouldn't even be capable of putting up a fight against him. Spawn would be the literal cannon fodder grunts that Mephisto sends after Ghost Rider that he eats for breakfast. Spawn ain't shit. Spawn likely wouldn't even be... Spawn would be nothing. Ghost Rider would just pick him up, pen and stare, burn his soul, eat his soul, and then just go about his very day. There would be no fight, because Spawn can't fight Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider is far too powerful for Spawn. And joking or not, I'm sick and tired of hearing about Spawn versus Ghost Rider, because too many people take that matchup seriously, and it's garbage. Spawn, like I said, would be the equivalent of the cannon fodder that Mephisto sends after him. That's how weak he is compared to Ghost Rider. Like I said, Spawn can be easily killed by lightning. Not any special kind of lightning, just lightning in general. Any jackass with the lightning powers or even a lightning weapon can kill Spawn, because he is vulnerable against lightning. You want to put him against a man that has existence erasure, can burn people out of existence, and can literally eat souls? Are you sure about that?
Rotation. Access to all four elements being fire, thunder, blizzard, and earth-based spells. He could create massive rock formations, encase his foes in ice, control time, create living beings, possess other people, and can even summon a black hole of darkness to swallow up the world. All of this without the power of his ultimate weapon, the Kingdom Heart. The Kingdom Heart allows Xehanort to erase entire dimensions and even allow him to warp reality. And this is where most...
So you got a dude that can erase entire dimensions, and you think Palpatine is a good opponent for him? Even mentioning Force Storm, okay, that gives Palpatine planetary strength, potentially star-level strength. And I say potentially because black holes are not nearly as powerful as some people make them out to be. I remember that Teen Gohan fighter tried to use the Black Coffin from Bleach to show that Ichigo was solar system level, and it backfired. It depends on the size of the black hole. Simply being able to create a black hole doesn't automatically make you like star level or solar system level. Maybe you could get him at star level, possibly, because Yoda is also around star level as well. And Palpatine was able to defeat Yoda, so maybe he's around star level, maybe slightly stronger. But still, his powers are vastly inferior compared to what Xehanort is capable of. So your own matchup is falling apart. You're trying so hard to justify this matchup, but you're not proving jack. You're just listing off their abilities.
People get the misconception that Xehanort is either universal or multiversal, because they either A, see the Kingdom Heart and instantly think that, or B, they scale him to Sora, and they think Sora is multiversal. And the reason that most people think this is because they scale Xander to Zora, who survived Destiny Island getting destroyed. This is obviously ludicrous, mainly because Sora has no other feats to back up this multiversal level of durability. Hell, Death Battle pretty much proved that with Sora versus Pit.
Yeah, once again, Grand Bull, stop citing Death Battle as a source. It's literally the equivalent of citing Versus Wiki as a source. They are incredibly unreliable. Not to mention, while sure, Sora being multiversal is a bit of a highball, Kingdom Heart characters are still far beyond most Star Wars characters. Like, the fact that he could erase entire dimensions, that's something Palpatine could never do. Seriously, why Palpatine? Why not Darth Nihilus, Darth Revan, or even Darth Treya? Like, there are Force users that can literally crack universes. And you want to put Palpatine against him? Oh, let me guess, because you're a basic bitch and you go with popular characters, right? Oh no, God forbid we do other Star Wars characters outside of Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan, Darth Vader, and Palpatine. God forbid we do something different like Darth Nihilus or Darth Treya. No, we gotta do the same thing of only bringing in basic bitch characters that casuals would recommend, rather than giving respect to other lesser-known characters.
Which we'll use as our source, and not Cartoon Fight Club, because Cartoon Fight Club is what we like to call an invalid source of data. Anyway, to get good numbers...
Yet you think that Death Battle is credible? How can you simultaneously hold the opinion that Cartoon Fight Club is unreliable, but Death Battle is? Both are unreliable. Death Battle has been proven wrong way too many times to call them reliable.
We're going to look at Palpatine and Xander without their ultimate weapons. That means without the Force Storm and without the Kingdom Heart. That way we get solid numbers on how strong both of them really are. Similar to what they did with the Infinity Gauntlet and the Anti-Life Equation in Darkseid vs. Thanos. Anyway, let's start with Xander, since I think Xander is the easiest. Xander, if we scale him to Sora, is obvious, really. Anyway, Sora's greatest strength feat was when he cut through 7 buildings with his keyboard, which was calculated to be about 78 tons of TNT. That's impressive, but can Palpatine top that? Yeah, he can, via scaling to Vader. And remember, Palpatine is said to be better than Vader in every way. Anyway, in the Legends comics, Vader...
Please do not cite Darth Vader as something impressive. Darth Vader had like barely 60% of his... He lost the vast majority of his connection to the Force when he lost against Obi-Wan. Darth Vader is a hollow shell of what Anakin Skywalker was capable of. Yeah, Darth Vader was still incredibly powerful, but stop citing Darth Vader as anything impressive. He's not. Okay? He lost to Starkiller, for God's sake. Seriously, stop using Darth Vader. Palpatine intentionally made it to where Darth Vader could never hope to surpass him. Darth Vader lost the vast majority of his connection to the Force when he lost against Obi-Wan. His suit was made from the cheapest material possible. Darth Vader ain't shit.
Vader's force barriers were strong enough to block 2 photon torpedoes and the explosion house. Now, it's hard to calculate how strong the torpedoes are. Luckily, someone did that for me. And shout out to my boy Time for finding this for me. Okay, things are about to get complicated, so stay with me now. So while most people would point to the torpedoes blowing up the Death Star as a good feat to use, the problem with that is the fact that they were targeting the core. It's not like they just threw them at the surface and it just went boom boom. The torpedoes, however, though, have a pretty good feat in the Clone Wars series, though, where they damaged the ship, the Malevolence. Pretty easily, too, and it basically decommissioned it. Anyway, the Malevolence is described to be a Star-class frigate. This means that these ships can withstand the force of massive asteroids. By measuring the asteroid to this droid right here, we can assume the asteroid's mass to be an estimated 76 million tons. Next, we need to figure out how fast the ship was moving. By measuring the curvature of the planet here, we can estimate that the ship must be moving at minimum 371,000 miles per hour. With all of that, to damage a ship of this magnitude, the kinetic energy output must have equaled over 1.2 gigatons of TNT, over 1.253 billion tons of TNT, and over 17 million times stronger than Sora's building feat. And way more.
Dude, Granbull, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Shut your low-balling motherfucking ass up. You are more shit at this than Death Battle. The way you are lowballing Sora is disgusting. Okay. Sora can literally defeat Cloud and Sephiroth. And you think that, oh, well, he only took down some buildings. Get the fuck out of here with your lowballing ass. Seriously. You take Death Battle's dick so far up the ass, you ejaculate low balls faster than frickin' Death Battle can frickin' speed jack off high balls. This is insane. You are not good at this, Granbull. You... Oh my god. It's like watching mini Death Battle if Death Battle had a fucking child. This is pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. Sora can fight two very powerful characters from Final Fantasy, and yet you're over here like, it's really building level. Even Death Battle would call bullshit on that. I don't even think Death Battle even said that Sora was building level. So I'm more than positive you're lowballing just to make your shitty matchup work, because deep down inside, you know Zehort would fucking decimate Palpatine. You know it. I'm a Star Wars fan. I know that Palpatine would fucking die horrifically. And the fact that you're not mentioning Palpatine's defeat at the hands of Mace Windu is pissing me the fuck off. Jeez. I have half a mind to fucking just pull up some feats to prove you wrong, but you're such a low-life, low-hanging fruit. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve a debunking Granbull. You are less than even Death Battle. You are less than Cartoon Fight Club. Even Fan War is more credible than you. At least Fan War has enough sense to know that calculations are not always accurate. Jeez. This is insane. I do not like lowballing. The way he is disrespecting Sora is unacceptable. And you know what? I'm not even going to listen to the rest of your lowballing horse shit. Seriously. Learn how to fucking power scale, Granbull.
I'm Xandor. Okay, I'm sorry, but I had to do it. Alrighty, before we get to our number one pick, here are a lot of honorable mentions. Angry Video Game Nerd versus Nostalgia Critic. Very fun fight, and the only 3D death battle I think should happen.
Okay. This fight is trash. Number one, Angry Video Game Nerd versus Nostalgia Critic already happened. Not to mention, Not Death Battle did this. Now, I know Not Death Battle is literally less than all the other Versus shows I've mentioned before. Not Death Battle is literally less than even Granbull. Not Death Battle is the lowest of the low. However, they still did this matchup. Also, Nostalgia Critic's feats are shit. He has barely any gear. His main weapon is a fucking handgun. Nerd has far more impressive feats, better gear, better character, not to mention the AVGN isn't a scumbag like the Nostalgia Critic is. The Nostalgia Critic is an absolute cringe lord. Why does it have to be the Nostalgia Critic? Why? Why not anyone else? Jeez. The only way this could be worse is if he said Kirito. This is shit. This is garbage.
I don't care what anyone says. Ridley versus Rayquaza. Battle of Space Dragons. And I talked about this last time.
I'm pretty sure my friend Gavin already explained why this matchup is trash, but in case he didn't, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not as bad as some of the other ones, but that's not saying much.
What I didn't bring up about this fight is the fact that it is so close. But I do think now this time around Ridley would win due to his speed. But my god, is it a close fight. Ridley only wins because of the speed factor. Senator Armstrong versus Funny Valentine. Holy shit, this is such a good idea.
Well, this one's probably gonna piss my friend off.
I don't know what it's about, but the fact that it's brute strength versus hacks is interesting to me. Plus, it's two American politics duking it out. And to be honest with you, I think it's a very even fight and extremely close, too. Sinestro versus Pennywise. Again, another even fight, despite the fact that you could...
Even? My fucking ass, it's even. What the fucking shit? Even if I give you maximum benefit of the doubt that Sinestro is as strong as Parallax, which is a very big if, Pennywise would still completely decimate. Pennywise is able to take on the form of what you fear most and then feed on your fear to become more powerful. The fuck?
could scale Sinestro up to Universal, while Pennywise probably scales above that. Trust me, the books give...
Yeah, and you literally just fucked yourself. Sinestro is around Universal, and even then, who knows if that's even his actual calc, because you are completely unreliable and your sources suck. But anyway, Pennywise is at the very least multiversal, and that's a very big if. He's likely much stronger. Pennywise would shit on Sinestro. How the hell will the Yellow Lantern kill Pennywise?
Ridiculous. Lord Hater versus Bowser. Very fun, and I do think that this fight is...
I don't know who this is, so I'm not even going to waste my time.
I don't think we'll fight DDD due to the fact that that will get really controversial, but I do think that this fight could be a good comeback for Bowser. Magneto versus Tetsuo Shima. Two metal-bending psychics fighting to the death? Makes sense to me.
Did this dude really just suggest the motherfucker damn it, my brain is just completely fried. The guy from frickin' Akira? Did you really just suggest Magneto versus the character from Akira? That dude has jack shit for feats and Magneto would completely own him. Also, he's not a metal bender or anything like that. He's a telekinetic. Magneto would completely own him. Also, the dude ended up having to give himself a metal arm, if I remember correctly. Magneto could literally make him choke himself. Pennywise is multiversal because of feats within the novel. This is why you gotta stop watching the It movies and read the novel. Pennywise is ridiculously overpowered. Read the frickin' novel. I'm not gonna get into it here because we'll be here for a long time. Pennywise exists... Pennywise has to use an avatar. That's how powerful Pennywise is. Like Darkseid, his existence is in a completely different universe.
Plus, it's fairly even, since Tetsuo moved the frickin' Earth, and Magneto could stop the World Breaker bullet. Neo versus Kirito. Battle of the two digitally coded boys.
I used to suggest this matchup, but now I just cringe whenever I think about it. First off, get that motherfucking Gary Stu out of my face. Second off, who gives a shit? The Digimon characters also exist within a digital world. You want to have Neo fight Agumon while you're at it? You want to have Tai get butt fucked by Kirito? Fuck me.
Honestly, there's not much else to it. It's very fun, very even, and I feel like...
Very fun, very even. My ass, it's even. Kirito would completely decimate Neo.
Fight would be pretty exciting if they were to do it.
It would be trash.
Sucks. Darth Maul versus Chrome. Finally, a Darth Maul fight that doesn't suck. In all seriousness, though, I do think this fight works very well. Their connections and their origins...
Well, truth be told, there might... if I'm going to be fair, there might be more feats that character pulled off in whatever Akira was based off of. I've only seen the movie, sadly. I don't know if it was based on a novel or a manga. But if that is true, that he was able to, like, manipulate the planet or whatever, that's interesting, I guess. But that's still small potatoes compared to what Magneto's capable of. Plus, again, dude covered himself in metal. Like, Magneto's whole thing is controlling metal. He would literally just make the dude choke himself. Or just rip apart his little metal arm.
Are so similar, it's ridiculous. Darth Vader versus Obito. Again, the origin similarities are so similar.
And that's the problem, Grand Bull. That is the fucking problem. Their origin and similarities make the fight boring. Because it's the equivalent of watching the same two characters fight each other. How many times do I have to explain this with the similarities? Just because their origin or character is similar doesn't mean jack. Also, Darth Vader's suit can be easily annihilated by any form of lightning. Because Palpatine, like I mentioned earlier, purposefully made Darth Vader's suit weak against lightning. If Obito uses any kind of lightning jutsu, game over. This matchup is trash, and I've explained numerous times before that it doesn't work. Take your similarities and shove them up your ass. Give me something more to work with.
And not only that, though, Vader's force powers and Obito's ninjutsus could make for a really fun and entertaining fight. And it's not a stomp like Vader versus Doom, so there's that too.
It is a stomp.
Frieza versus Brainiac. One seeks knowledge while the other seeks power, and they destroy worlds. So there's that too. It's honestly very fun, and I really would like to see it. Dormammu versus...
Yeah, the whole destroying worlds thing is cannon fodder at this point, considering that Golden Frieza can now keep up with the Super Saiyan God, which is at least universal. So yeah, put that in whatever pipe you smoke your drugs from.
Versus Giratina. Two beings that were sealed away in their own dimensions and rule over them with iron fists. And if they broke free, they would...
Okay. Dormammu is like high complex multiversal. Dormammu is literally stronger than Arceus. Giratina couldn't even fight Arceus even with the help of Dialga and Palkia. And Dialga and Palkia combined could create a universe. The fuck is Giratina gonna do against Dormammu, who's literally stronger than Arceus, the strongest Pokemon in the entire universe? Did you not power scale these guys before coming up with these matchups?
destroy the entire universe. Very fun, and I think it works a lot better than Dormammu versus Trigon. Fight me on it. Nero versus Hellboy. Two beings that are sons of powerful demons. They use guns.
Yay. Who gives a shit? The more similarities you use, the more you destroy any kind of dynamics or diversity that can happen within the fight. Also, again, universal feats confirmed in the manga. Based on what I know about Hellboy, Hellboy isn't universal, so Virgil would just utterly beat the shit out of him.
Have swords and have special arms. So really, the connection's everywhere. Vilgax versus Megatron. Very interesting. And I do think that this is Megatron's best matchup. And Vilgax's. Dominator was another choice, but I personally like this one a lot more because it's far more even. The Anti-Monitor versus the Anti-Spiral. Two beings that are powerful enough to destroy entire universes or even the multiverse. I mean, seriously, this is just a really fun idea. It's cool, and it can make for a really cool 3D death battle if they were to do it. Even though it might be a...
If you have no clue who would win in a fight between Hellboy and Virgil, I don't know what to tell you. Hellboy really isn't all that powerful in the grand scheme of things. He relies on his physical strength, which is average at best, and a lot of special guns. Virgil is on par with his brother Dante, and both have universal scalings. I'm sorry, but Hellboy wouldn't be able to do dick.
Another DC win. Finn and Jake versus Mordecai and Rigby. This is the only time I could see them ever doing more than one character in a death battle. They're basically two bros that go on weird adventures. That's pretty much what the connections are for these two. And it's fairly even, with both sitting very steadily on planet level. And lastly, Black Adam versus Apocalypse. This matchup is big, sexy. Two ancient kings of Egypt.
Gay! Of all the ways to refer to a matchup, sexy is not a word I would use. Nero. Which Nero are we talking about here? Because I have quite a few in my mind.
Duking it out is very interesting. Plus, Apocalypse's hacks could actually give him a pretty good chance at winning this. But finally... Number one. For number one, I wanted to subvert your expectations. And I do it.
Oh boy, get ready. Grand Bull is gonna Ryan Johnson us. Pucker up because it's gonna hurt, boys.
Kind of well. Except for maybe last year, where I did it a bit too well. And kind of badly. But anyway, I guarantee none of you would have seen this coming. Anyway, my
Oh yeah?
pick
Try
I
me,
wanna see this
Grand
year
Bull.
is Saitama versus Koro-sensei.
Wow, you didn't even fucking try on that one. I see this matchup all the frickin' time. You did not subvert my expectations. Get the fuck out of here. Could you even be bothered to try? Also, yeah, no surprises, Saitama whoops Koro-sensei's ass. I know enough about Koro-sensei's character to know that Saitama would decimate him. Saitama defeated Boros, who is at least star level. And he did this without even trying. Saitama is likely far greater than even star level. What the... Like, one of Koro-sensei's best feats was damaging the moon, from what I understand. Also, I think another one of his best speed feats was, like, fucking around with some jets or something. So, yeah, just way to go. You Ryan Johnson'd yourself. You didn't subvert dick. And again, Saitama isn't necessarily star level, but he curb stomped a guy that was star level. So he's likely far more powerful. And we haven't seen Saitama's limits, and we've never seen him take a fight seriously. And contrary to what some people like to say when they try to lowball Saitama, no, Saitama did not take Boros seriously. Boros says this himself, that he didn't even try. Just because he said the word serious punch doesn't mean he was using all of his power. Boros himself said that Saitama did not take him seriously. So yes, Saitama's far greater than even star level. And again, not even a fraction, most likely, of his overall power.
Yep, Saitama versus Koro-sensei is my #1 most wanted death battle for 2020. And for good reason. It's fun. And to my surprise, it's even and super close too.
Even? Based on what? How are you going to justify Koro-sensei not getting his ass handed to him? How? Seriously. Even with the best low ball in the world, it's not going to help you.
There is pretty obvious. Two of anime's most powerful characters that everyone wants to kill, and the fact that they're both pretty much indestructible for the most part. But yeah.
Saitama would get bitch slapped by DBZ characters. Koro-sensei would probably get annihilated by Bleach characters. There are characters in anime that are so strong they shit on both of these. Cervantes gets shit stomped by Spinal. Try again. Yes, Devil May Cry characters, I don't know if they all are, but at least in regards to Dante and Virgil, apparently there's a universal feat in the manga, and apparently the manga is canon. Okay, let me look something up here. While he rambles on.
Yeah, there's not much else to it, so let's just jump right into it. Saitama, being the One Punch Man, has superhuman strength, speed, and durability. He can move faster than the eye can track, survive planet-sized explosions, create over 100 after images of himself, and given his name, beat any foe in one punch. A normal, no-effort punch from Saitama can destroy...
You're lying again, Granbull. He cannot kill every opponent in just one punch. It took multiple punches to defeat Boros. Yes, he was holding back, but Boros proves that Saitama can't win every fight in one punch. Because Boros recovered from an attack by Saitama. Try again.
Destroy asteroids that can cause continental cataclysmic events. And when he wants to get serious, with his punches, the result is cataclysmic. And all of this is from 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 6-mile run every day for 3 years. Man, I should really hit the gym more. Koro-sensei has very similar powers to Saitama, but a lot of differences as well. He can move at Mach speeds, lift enormous beads of steel like nothing, and even survive massive explosions. He can camouflage himself, is a master swordsman, can shapeshift his tentacles into drills, and has a healing factor. He also has a second form, his absolute defense form. This form is so strong that not even a nuke can scratch it. But he's pretty much unable to attack in this form. With the powers out of the way, let's see who's got the stuff to make the victory. Let's start with speed. Koro-sensei's top speed is said to be about Mach 20, and that's pretty accurate considering the fact that he can fly from one side of Earth to the other in a few seconds.
Okay, Mach 20 ain't shit. Saitama is at the very least sub-relativistic. So, yeah. Even my ass. And I just did a little bit of research, and Apparently, Koro-sensei has little to no offensive strength feats. He has barely anything to work with. I can't even find a source for that moon feat, if that was even a feat of his at all. So, yeah, there's not really much on Koro-sensei. Like, yeah, he's fast and he's a little bit durable, but that's about it. Saitama would realistically end this by just flicking Kuro with his finger.
And fly from China and back within a couple minutes. He's also shown the
Of course he's an OPM fanboy, but here's the thing. Even if he is a One Punch Man fanboy, I don't buy into it because he gets basic shit wrong. I'm not a One Punch Man fanboy, and even I know that Saitama cannot win every fight in One Punch because of his fight with Boros. I'm not even a One Punch Man fan, and I know this. Also, yeah, I don't know who that character is, but if you tried to fight Kenpachi, odds are, unless it's Saitama or maybe Tatsumaki, they're fucked. Kenpachi is ridiculously fucking OP. You want to know how overpowered Kenpachi is? Even Aizen didn't want to fight him. That's why Aizen trapped him in Hueco Mundo and left Yami there to deal with him, because even Saitama didn't want to fight Kenpachi. I mean, not Saitama, goddammit, my brain. Even Aizen didn't want to fight him. That's just how OP he was. And this was before he even got access to his Shikai or Bankai.
keep pace with beings faster than Mach 40. That's impressive. However, though, Saitama has moved much faster than both of them. When Boros knocked Saitama to the moon, Saitama flew back to Earth within 15 seconds, taking the average distance from Earth to the moon being about 238,900 miles apart. Saitama had been moving at over 35,000 miles per hour, or about Mach 46, twice as fast as Koro-sensei, and way faster than anything he has fought. Next, let's look at strength, the hardest factor to calculate in my opinion. Luckily, both have feats that I can calculate pretty easily. Koro-sensei's greatest strength feat was when he blew up part of the moon, 70% of it to be exact. So for this feat, we're going to calculate the kinetic energy for this.
Okay, so he didn't even obliterate the full moon. So this is barely even a moon level feat. Even if I give you benefit of the doubt that Koro-sensei is moon level, okay, that's still shit compared to what Saitama is capable of. So, yeah, this is shit.
Taking the mass of the moon and timing it by 0.7, we can assume that 70% of the moon weighs about 51 sextillion tons. And assuming that Koro-sensei was moving at Mach 20, the amount of kinetic energy needed to blow apart this moon would be 14 times 10 to the 45 power joules of kinetic energy. Or, in layman's terms, 14 Yoda tons of TNT. You know shit's getting serious when you have to bring Yoda into it. Then there's Saitama's feat, which is a lot easier to calculate, that being his asteroid feat, and his serious punch. Let's start with the asteroid feat. This asteroid is described as being a level 9 on the Torino scale. That doesn't seem like a big deal until you realize that a level 10 asteroid is what killed off the dinosaurs. And now you know we mean business. Anyways,
okay, the fact that you're using the asteroid feat instead of him completely one-shotting the star-busting roaring cannon just shows that you're either just being selective or you're trying really hard to make this match work. And you're just doing what Death Battle does. You're trying to hide behind big numbers to confuse people, because most people don't understand how calcs work. However, I can break it down to terms that even casuals would understand. Saitama destroying the star-busting roaring cannon, which was confirmed as a technique that could, at the very least, annihilate the planet and was actually capable of destroying stars. Not to mention, that moon level feat is barely even a moon level feat. He didn't obliterate the entire moon. There's a reason why there's different levels for it. Like, for example, there's a reason why there's a difference between planet busting and things like life wiping or planet surface level. For example, you might be able to cause an apocalyptic event that may destroy most of the world, but leave the planet itself still intact. That would be life wiping or planet surface level at best. Like that time Kratos caused the apocalypse. That was planet surface strength. At best.
By measuring the diameter and assuming it's around 100 kilometers long, Saitama's punch must have outputted a force equivalent to 202 quintillion joules, or about 48 gigatons of TNT. But of course, that's not even Saitama's strongest punch. That would be the punch he gave to Beerus, the serious punch, which was so strong it wrapped around the planet and hit him twice. Assuming the red line in the back right there is equivalent to about 553 kilometers long, and multiplied by cloud density, you would get a punch that would be equivalent to over 1.4 exatons of TNT. That's impressive, but Koro-sensei is technically stronger than that. But here's the thing though. While yes, this is Saitama's greatest strength feat, it's nowhere near his full potential. He was barely trying with that punch.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to call bullshit on his calculations then if he thinks that. Because how can you be large planet level but not even destroy an entire moon? The calcs don't add up. If Koro-sensei was only capable of destroying 70% of the moon, then how the fuck is he large planet level? Clearly he fucked up on his calculations, or like Death Battle, he's just being dishonest and using big numbers to confuse people. Also, completely ignoring the fact that the star-busting roaring cannon was going to destroy the entire planet, and Saitama just one-shot it. Even if we ignore the fact that the data book does confirm that the star-busting roaring cannon was a star-level attack, even if you want to lowball it, it's at the very least a planet-level attack, because it was going to destroy the entire planet. So, yeah, your calculations are shit, and you either fucked them up or you're just lying about them.
So it's very likely he's much stronger than that, considering the fact that he could match both Tatsumaki and Boros could destroy the entire planets by himself. So it's very likely that he could match Koro-sensei's strength. Next we have durability, and to be honest with you, I'm kind of blank on this one. Durability is kind of hard to figure out these two. Koro-sensei can only be killed by anti-him knives, bullets, or whatever, honestly. It's basically an alloy that kills him, honestly. And Saitama has shown that he can't be hurt by anything, really. Almost. Saitama can't be hurt by anything.
It's not that Saitama can't be hurt by anything, it's just that Saitama is so powerful, nobody in his universe poses a threat to him. That's the point of Saitama's character. He became so powerful that everyone else in his universe is just shit compared to him. That's all it really is. It's the equivalent of if you took Goku and put him in the Ruby universe. Obviously, nobody would be able to hurt Goku. But it's not necessarily that you can't hurt Goku or that he's indestructible, it's just that everyone in that particular universe is so much more weaker than Goku. It's kind of like how in the Bleach universe, where if your spirit energy is greater than an opponent, it makes it difficult for you to cut them because your spirit energy is inferior to theirs. Like, seriously, this is absolutely terrible. This is why I'm going to get a calc guy, because I'm not going to pull a Grand Bull or Death Battle and just pull calculations out of my ass to try to make myself seem smarter than I actually am. Because I'm sure Grand Bull probably thinks he's way smarter for pulling out these calculations, even though odds are these calculations are likely completely fucked.
But there is one thing that Koro-sensei does have over his durability. Antimatter. When Koro-sensei explodes, he would release antimatter, which would, vaporize the entire planet. Saitama cannot defend against something like antimatter. And it's very unlikely he could, survive.
Oh yeah? Based on what? Saitama can one-shot an attack that was going to destroy an entire planet and was said in the data book to be able to take out stars. So, yeah, what is your evidence that Saitama wouldn't be able to handle antimatter? Sure, I could possibly see antimatter being able to hurt Saitama, but what is your basis for this? You can't just say it.
The explosion anyway. Antimatter is basically a durability negator. Think about it as Spyro's Atom Smasher breath. So it could be possible that if Koro-sensei were to self-destruct, he would kill Saitama, but it would be called a suicide move. So really, this is where things are going to stop though.
So Koro-sensei's only move that could potentially kill Saitama is a suicide move. Great, fucking perfect, and realistically Saitama would just one-shot Koro-sensei anyway. And you can't pull that whole only certain weapons can kill him because that's a no-limits fallacy, and you know that. So don't even try to pull that crap. Odds are Saitama would just completely one-shot Koro-sensei. There would be no fight here.
Honestly, if you ask me, I don't know who would win this fight. It's very hard for me to figure out because there's a lot of unknowns right now and a lot of things that haven't been calculated, especially for Saitama. So I think, honestly...
We don't even know what Saitama's full capabilities are. In my opinion, is this. If you don't know a character's full power, don't fucking use them for a versus fight. Wait for Saitama's full power to be released, if it ever will be released. That's my thing. That's why I have no plans to ever have Saitama on Blood Royale. I'm going to wait until his full power finally gets released. Because I'm not going to spend time with pointless speculation about, well, he might be this strong, he might be that strong. It's just a waste of time, and it's going to make me look like a dumbass later on if I end up being wrong.
I'll leave it up to you guys. Who do you think would win this fight? Saitama or Koro-sensei? Leave a comment down below, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry, I really can't give much information on this fight, but I think, honestly, this is...
Then why even suggest it?
Matchup. Really, there's not a lot of good ones, and to be honest with you, I'm happy that we got a good matchup with Saitama. Anyway guys, thank you so much for watching my top 10 for this year. Sorry this video took so long for me to get out. I've been going through quite a bit with school and, well, life in general. So I couldn't get this out as soon as I was hoping for. Plus, I've been kind of going through some rough stuff lately, so... Anyway, I hope you guys can understand that why the video wasn't very good quality, and I really hope that...
When have your videos ever been good quality?
I tried to make these videos just for fun and to see what you guys think, honestly. But, yeah. Anywho, this is gonna be the...
there are no Yu Yu Hakusho characters that are anything remotely close to planet level. Death Battle only says that they're planet level based on some BS feats. No, not even BS feats. They said that there were some statements that said that they were planet level. So they said, well, there was a statement, so therefore they must be planet level. But here's the thing. One of my researchers, Sam, pointed out to me that those so-called planetary statements were based on mistranslations. At best, characters like Yusuke and Hiei are like sub-relativistic and multi-continental to mountain level at best. Ichigo is easily planet level and massively faster than light. Yusuke, nobody from Yu Yu Hakusho, fuck even Yusuke, nobody from Yu Yu Hakusho would be able to do anything to Ichigo. So, yeah. So, yeah, that was like, what, 4 videos, and my head hurts. Like, seriously. Just imagining Granbull trying to versus debate someone is just absolutely painful. I'm deciding rather to keep going or not. There's only so many terrible matchups I can take. But let's see what I can find here. Don't care about your spoiler. Human, Sixth Sense, teaching skill, blah blah blah, speed. Okay, just because I want to twist the knife and show you just how incompetent Granbull is and that he has no fucking clue what he is talking about, I just found this. Awkward. So yeah, Granbull, you suck. You didn't even try. So yeah, Koro-sensei's best feat is not moving at Mach 20. Because he dodged a laser that moves at the speed of light. And if you know anything about lasers, you would know that being able to dodge a laser is a light speed feat. In fact, there are some lasers that I did some research on that can be even faster than light. So, congrats. You fucked up, Granbull, although I shouldn't even be surprised. Honestly. Didn't even fucking try. I could keep going, but I don't need to. This is just embarrassing. He couldn't even get the speed right. You expect me to believe he got any other things right, like the strength, the durability, or anything like that? I don't know, because I have not power scaled the Doomslayer, and his recent DLC has given him more pieces of equipment. So I would have to wait until I fully power scaled the Doomslayer. But odds are Samus would probably win. It depends. Rips off a metal net. Large amount of dirt. Blah, 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 blah. Bites a knife apart. Full body. Wow, these strength feats kind of blow. Okay, I found a potential mountain level feat, but still, that's shit compared to what Saitama is capable of. Durability, blah blah blah, takes hits from the Grim Reaper's tentacle, da 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 da. Reduce a skyscraper to dust. But yeah, that was embarrassing. It literally took me 5 seconds of research to find this. So what the hell kind of research were you doing, Granbull, that I could easily debunk you in about 5 seconds? Honestly. This is what happens when you hide behind big fancy numbers. And you don't just look at the frickin' feats. Well, actually, it's not even just that. You just didn't even try. In fact, I'm wondering, did you only use the anime? Or and not even bother to check out the manga? Because if so, oops. Because even I check the manga. All the time. Hell, even with Albert Wesker, I'm checking out the Resident Evil manga as well as the video games. And yes, for those of you who are wondering, there is a Resident Evil manga. I leave no stone unturned. Aizen is likely around the same strength as Ichigo, possibly slightly weaker. But there's no reason to suspect that Aizen isn't also within the planetary to massively faster than light ranges. Because Aizen is one of the only people that's as strong as Ichigo. Hell, he's one of the only people that was even able to fight Yaiwatch. I mean, even the head captain couldn't do anything to Yaiwatch, and that dude's planet level. He just flexed his planet level strength, and Yaiwatch just said, oh great, I'm just going to take your fucking power now, and then whooped his ass. Well, I said he's possibly weaker than Ichigo because Aizen did lose to Ichigo. Yes, Aizen would have possibly ascended to a higher form than Ichigo had that not happened, but here's the thing. Since Aizen has been sealed, Ichigo has gotten a lot stronger, even achieving the true Bankai. Dude was capable of one-shotting Yuha. So yeah, odds are that Aizen is possibly slightly weaker than Ichigo or around the same level of strength as Ichigo. Either way, Aizen should at least be around the same planetary levels as Ichigo. Rather, he's stronger than Ichigo, weaker, or the same level. But odds are Ichigo is stronger than him because Aizen literally intended for Ichigo to surpass him. That was the whole point. It was all a part of Aizen's design for Ichigo to surpass him. So that's why I said he's likely weaker than Ichigo. That doesn't mean he's not around the same level of power as Ichigo, it's just that odds are Ichigo's most likely more powerful than him. Especially with the true Bankai. However, Aizen's power is not to be underestimated. He's still incredibly powerful. And not one to be trifled with. Plus, Aizen is powerful in the sense that he's more haxed than Ichigo. Ichigo is more powerful in the sense of raw power, but Aizen has far more hacks. So if you look at it from the perspective of hack abilities, Aizen is easily superior. Kyoka Suigetsu, teleportation, knows more Kido, has immortality. Aizen is just ridiculous with the hacks. Yeah, Seth already said that Ulquiorra would curb stomp people like Obito. He did the Akatsuki versus the Espada, and guess what? He said that even Itachi would get speed blitzed by Ulquiorra. You expect me to believe Obito would do any better? Ulquiorra is at least continental to multi-continental at the very least, and casually massively faster than light. Nobody in Naruto is capable of those speeds. Barely anyone on the Akatsuki is capable of multi-continental strength. Barely. And this is coming from Seth. He's a very well-known Naruto tard. If even Seth says that, yeah, Ulquiorra would fuck up most of the Akatsuki members, then yeah, kind of shit out of luck. And Ulquiorra is one of the most powerful members of the Espada. I shall be back. Okay, I'm back. Here's what needs to be understood about Ulquiorra. You could potentially make an argument for borderline moon level with Ulquiorra, but it's difficult to say. But here's what I will say. Ulquiorra lost to Vasto Lorda's Ichigo, who didn't even have who had barely half of his Shihakusho. If you know anything about Ichigo, you would know that the less of his rope he has, the less spirit energy he has. Vasto Lorda's Ichigo wasn't operating at full power. We know that a fully powered Vasto Lorda's Ichigo could threaten all of hell and the world of the living at the same time, could destroy the chains of hell, which was said to be impossible by the head captain. And Vasto Lorda's Ichigo is easily planet level, because it was said that if Vasto Lorda's Ichigo ever went on another rampage, all of hell and the world of the living would have been destroyed. Those are easily two, at the very least, planet-sized dimensions. At the very least. We know that the world of the living is a parallel world to the... We know that the Soul Society is a parallel world to Earth. And so, at the very least, if you destroy the Soul Society, you destroy Earth. Hell is slightly different. If you go off of Clyde's calculations, he said that likely destroying multiple layers of hell the way Vasto Lorda's Ichigo did is possibly a multi-planet level feat, even though from what I can tell, multi-planet level isn't really a thing on the Versus scale. But either way, it's a planet level feat, at the very least. And this is just Vasto Lorda's Ichigo. This doesn't even take into account Fullbringer Ichigo, or even True Bankai Ichigo, who is likely far more powerful. Not likely, he's straight up more powerful. And Ulquiorra lost to a Vasto Lorda's Ichigo that wasn't even operating at full power. But yeah, even though that happened, Ulquiorra is still not one to be trifled with. Because Ulquiorra could still at least match the Seiros of Vasto Lord Ichigo to an extent. Because he was able to match Vasto Lord Ichigo's Seiro power with his own and with his Lanza, which could at the very least defuse his Seiros. Not sure what else to do at this point, as I've completely burned myself out on all these terrible death battle ideas. And it was no fun to try to debunk Grand Bull because it only took me 5 seconds to do that. Amateurs. Yeah, here's the thing. From what I understand, multi-planet level isn't really a thing. It goes small planet level, large planet level, and then you start reaching the star level regions. So yeah, you could maybe make an argument for large planet Ichigo, but it depends, because the difference between large planet level and normal planet level is actually quite big. Because large planet level are things like Jupiter and Saturn, which are really huge planets. I mean, a base Frieza, barely using a fraction of his power, could destroy base Frieza, with barely even trying, with one finger, was able to destroy planet Vegeta, which was like 3 times the size of Earth or something like that. And that was easily a large planet level feat at the time. Don't worry, I'm already working on a review of Animation Rewind. I just need to gather my thoughts together and do the voice recording, and I should be ready to go. And I might call it a night real soon, because I don't know what more to add to the stream, you know? Unless you guys want me to keep torturing myself with more of these videos. But, I don't know. I mean, we've seen how repetitive some of these videos get. Oh, well, that's just lovely. Hopefully I can get Blood Royale up and running real soon, because the Versus community needs it now more than ever. They can't keep going on with all this frickin' fan war, animation rewind, and death battle nonsense. It's creating a generation of absolutely incompetent power scalers and versus debaters. Let's see here. Well, the thing is, the whole point of this series is that it's meant to roast bad death battle ideas. Talking about other Versus shows would be more for a more traditional podcast episode, like when we spoke about Fan Wars, death battle, top 10 death battles video, or a review. like what I'm doing for Animation Rewind right now. Even though it's not going to be very pleasant, and I'm not going to lie, right out the gate, you guys are going to have to suffer through a very long and tedious segment that opens the video, because I really need you guys to understand just how painful it is watching an Animation Rewind video. I had to sit through a probably 2-minute long intro, possibly even greater, of Animation Rewind doing nothing, just wasting time. Like, yeah, I might put a meme in between to make it not seem like it's just padding, but I really need to prove a point. Rambo versus John Wick. How so? Is that a pretty good one? Why wouldn't Rambo just get his ass handed to him? He's just a really skilled Vietnam War veteran. Versus John Wick, who is a highly skilled and trained assassin with at least peak human level feats. Also, if you go off of the novel, Rambo died in the novel. So, technically, the events of anything beyond First Blood never happened if you go off of the novel. Because he died in the novel. Yeah, admittedly, I'm pretty much a masochist myself. I torture myself with bad video games, bad anime, and bad death battle ideas. But, I don't know, maybe I could pull up one more video. I don't know. Some of these are just really bad, or at the very least, really repetitive.
Everyone, it's me, Wes.
I guess we'll take this bitch out for a spin. I don't know, I just want an excuse to use that phrase. I find it amusing. Let's take this bitch out for a spin. Okay, let's do this.
And since 7's almost over, I decided to show you my ideas for Death Battle Season 8. Yep. It's gonna be different. I'm not gonna show you slideshows of explaining why I want these matches. It's gonna be different. You guys will see anyway. Let's start my Death ideas at number.
Well, I'll at least give this guy credit for actually having an original character, unlike most of these channels. Even Grand Bowl doesn't really have a character. At least we're starting out great. At least this guy seems to make more of an effort to actually have more of a character and personality. Well, at least compared to most.
10.
Groudon? Diablo versus Groudon?
Now, I know
I see now, my bad.
Godzilla versus Groudon, but I'm not really interested in that fight, to be honest. And it's kind of a stunt for Godzilla. Well, I mean, kind of depends what version of Godzilla. And since W doesn't have enough good opponents, I think Groudon versus W is actually a really best matchup for both. Connection-wise, both are ancient fire-like dinosaurs that like to destroy anything and has rivals.
Okay, strike one. Okay, they're both fire dinosaurs. Who cares? That's boring. And the fact that they're both red triggers the fuck out of me. Because it just brings back memories of when people would say, have Lucy fight Gaara because they both have pink hair.
That they fight over time, and like
Hey!
other creatures, and they are also in a popular old school game, and they both live in volcanoes. I kind of actually think like this is a really good, fun matchup to see, and I think this will be a good sprite fight. W doesn't have any good free models, and a hand-drawn does not really suit the matchup. A sprite would be fun.
How does hand-drawn not suit the matchup? Really? Are you unaware of how good hand-drawn animation can look when it's done right? Plus, the Pokemon anime exists. So, what the hell?
Now let's discuss who would win. W has Fireball, which he spits fire from his mouth towards enemies. Fireball fast is much faster than Ball of Flame. Towards a short range, very damaged flame blast from W's mouth. The flame can burst for a moment before it can hit the opponent. Hotfoot, W lowers his head and spit fiery blast at the opponent's feet. Mega Launch, W ducks and charges and throws his head up. Pulverization, it should leaps up in the air and stomps on the opponent with it a few times. Inferno Flash, W teleports a flash of flames which damages and stuns the enemy, of course.
How about you just pull up some feats? Why are you just going over their abilities? Yes, abilities are important, but you're not really saying much. You're just listing off a bunch of different moves, not abilities. Also, fire moves do jack shit to fire Pokemon. Like, this is the literal embodiment of what I'm talking about. Damn it. Every single time this water bottle manages to fall over and spill water all over my frickin' floor. Every single time. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully I didn't lose my train of thought. Oh, lovely. Of course it spills right next to a frickin' exposed wire. Fuck. I'll be damned if death is ever gonna final destination my ass. Anyway, oh yeah. So this is the epitome of what I've been mentioning earlier. Pokemon teaches us to not put same elemental Pokemon against each other because it's a terrible idea. This is the classic, not very effective, super effective thing that Pokemon taught us from when we were little kids. Fire-type moves don't do very much against Groudon, especially when you consider Groudon is a fire and ground type. So fire moves do even less damage to him than before. And in older Pokemon, I could be wrong, but from what I remember, I think in older Pokemon, fire-type moves straight up did nothing to ground types. Like, they were basically immune to it. And I could be wrong, or Pokemon changed this, because Pokemon's constantly changing things. But even so. Like, fire moves aren't going to do anything to Groudon. It might do a little bit of damage at best, but nothing that would actually kill him. And there's always the risk that Groudon has some kind of move where he can absorb fire and make himself stronger. Like how there's certain Pokemon that have special moves that can absorb, say, electric-type moves or grass-type moves. So this is dumb.
Short time, and chop a human. W dips his head down and shoots up a worshipper. And for Groudon has Asian Power, Lava Plum, Mud Shoot, Scary Face, Earth Power, Bulk Up, Earthquake, Hammer Arm, Fissure, Rest, Percy Blade, Fire Blast.
That's some good
Solar
Sour
Beam,
Patch Kids
and
ice cream.
Eruption. Now, at first I just thought Davio was one, considering that he's plant level since he burned the freaking earth. But some of my friends kind of helped me out explain why Groudon win. You see, I was wondering if Groudon was immune to fire, and my Discord friend said that he was, so I guess that Groudon is immune to Davio's attacks.
Then why suggest this matchup? This is what I keep telling you people. With mirror matchups, this is why mirror matchups are terrible. More times than not, these characters are either resistant to the element that they use, or in many cases, immune. So great, his attacks can't do anything to Groudon, so this is stupid and a waste of time. Moving on. Okay, this is a joke matchup, so I'm not even going to bother with it.
test subjects that went terribly wrong. They're both from an old sci-fi movies, and they have both powers, whereas Doomtrooper has electrical and Manskill has like mosquito powers. Both love to kill humans. Their origin stories are actually quite similar, as they were both humans that were tested.
Who cares if they both love to kill humans? Lucy also loves to kill humans. Seriously, these surface level connections in quotations are meaningless. What does them loving to both kill humans, what does that add to the fight? It's like saying Michael and Jason love to kill. Okay, what does that add to the fight?
In tough plays, like Manskill was kind of tested in like a prison or a laboratory, as Doomtrooper was tested in the military. And I honestly think this is actually a really fun matchup, as well. People don't really recognize these characters. I do, since I'm, let's see, a sci-fi fanboy. Now, let's discuss who would win. As Mosquito, well, he has your typical mosquito powers, sucking, not how perverts do, like sucking, like, has a good straw to suck on people.
Yeah, I bet you watch a lot of videos about sucking. I bet you do a lot of sucking yourself, don't you? Give me a call, buddy. We'll have ourselves a lemon party. I'll put on my prettiest skirt for you.
Which instantly kills him. And his blades can actually just rip a human tear humans to pieces. And his armor is kind of bulletproof. As for SS Doomtrooper, he has his typical electric powers and his autocannon gun. Now, let's discuss who is when. Doomtrooper has a combat experience since he was actually from the military. Do you know how military people are? Now,
what's the point of saying who you think is going to win? It's not supposed to be death battles,
and his autocannon gun would actually kind of injure Manskill. Now, I know I said he's bulletproof, but he was technically bulletproof to regular guns. A autocannon gun is much more powerful than a regular gun. The rate of fire of moderation out of autocannon ranges from 90 rounds per minute. In case of British pardon, 22,500 rounds per minute indicate a 30. Multi-system multiple barrels can achieve over 10,000 rounds per minute. It is much more powerful than a regular gun. And his weapons can actually like literally rip people in half. Can actually shoot people in half. I've literally seen it. Now, man,
the last thing I want to see is lesbians kissing each other.
And his bullets. As durability.
Don't even threaten me with that garbage. It's bad enough I have to deal with a cringy lesbo in Squid Girl.
But what gives him the win is that his like electric powers is Manskill's main weakness. You see, Manskill was literally harmed by a taser, but was killed by electricity. And well, as of course, sharp blades are Doomtrooper's weaknesses, as Manskill.
So, Mosquito is weak against electricity, and you want to put him against a guy with electricity powers. This is just classic death battle bullshit where they put two characters against each other where they know one character has a massive advantage over the other. This is stupid. When I look up a matchup, I make sure no character has some obvious advantage over the other character.
Obviously just try to suck him first. But Doomtrooper's body is literally made out of electricity. So once Manskill tries to get into him, Doomtrooper can instantly just shock him. As Doomtrooper's shocks can actually instantly kill people.
So this is just a curb stomp. Wonderful. Waste of time. Moving on. Huh? Oh, God.
King Shark versus Deep Sea King.
It's fan war all over again with the frickin' Killer Croc versus Lizard. Kill me. Someone take a fucking 8-inch cock and ram it up my ass. Zamasu versus who?
Zamzu versus Hades.
Oh,
Now,
Zamzu.
this is a matchup that is actually the best matchup for Hades. Odin is a huge stomp. I don't think.
Why is he the best matchup for Hades? Also, if you're saying that Odin would be a stomp, why would you suggest a DBZ character which range from solar system to galaxy to universal? Even some of the weakest DBZ characters like Krillin and 18 are at least star level, so what the fuck?
I think they're gonna let Beerus return, or even Sailor Galaxia. So Zam.
Also, you don't get to talk about curb stomp matchups when most of the matchups on here are curb stomp matchups. You have no room to talk. These are garbage. Absolute frickin' garbage. I didn't say anything about Squid Girl being bad. I was talking about the annoying lesbo character that torments Squid Girl and has no concept of the word boundaries. So yeah, admittedly, I don't know too much about Zamzu. I've never power scaled him. I've never listened to a power scale by him. But I have to assume Zamzu is pretty powerful, at least as strong as maybe Boo or greater. If he's from Super, odds are he's maybe around the universal ranges. Who knows? But yeah, if you're going to say that Odin is a stomp, then how is this not a stomp? Seriously. And again, all your matchups for the most part thus far have been stomps. So what the crap? I gotta get some more creative words. I'm burning myself out and I'm trying not to use too many curse words. I sound like that cringy, abusive dad from that video about the guy who destroys his son's TV over stupid crap.
This is the best matchup for Hades. Now, I think you are going to want Zamzu versus Jeddah, but I'm pretty sure this is much better than Zamzu versus Jeddah. Basically, they're both basically gods who hate immortals. That's all I've heard, but there's actually more in that I can't remember, but like that's all actually I've heard. It's kind of a decent matchup. Now, let's discuss who would win. Now, this might be a stomp for Hades, but, I mean, it's actually a really good matchup, and Zamzu dies. Now,
translation, it probably is a stomp for Hades. Don't fucking care. Moving on.
First Sensei character to be in. Now, a lot of people want him to fight Beerus, but this is actually much better and actually more fun. This could actually be a good sprite fight. Now, let's move on to number 5.
Why would you even waste this matchup on sprite animation? No offense to sprite animation, it can look really good sometimes, but sprite animation isn't always the best tool for grand epic fights. This is an anime fight. Use hand-drawn animation. How are you going to tell me that sprite is going to be better than hand-drawn? Are you high?
5.
Oh my god. Praise the heavens. It's not Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. It's something different. It's almost like the world is a more colorful place. However, make no mistake about it. This matchup is still terrible. It's not that much better than Voorhees versus Michael, because it still suffers from the same problems. While Victor Crowley is not a normal human being, which is at least something in his favor, and he does have implied superhuman strength, the problems with Jason still stands. Jason can only be killed through very specific means, and even if you do find a way to kill him, he has his parasitic immortality and body transfer powers. So yeah, Jason Voorhees would still stomp the fuck out of Victor Crowley.
Peace versus Victor Crowley. You're all gonna say, I will prefer Michael versus Jason, everyone wants that, but this match is actually much better. Let me explain. They have better connections, it's much more of a fair fight, and it's completely even. Connections, both were deformed people when they were born.
It's hardly more of a fair fight. Also, translation, mirror matchup. Moving on.
And they both kind of have a little parent problems. Well, I mean, not that their parents hate them, but like, well, it's something to do with like their parents or something.
Jason Voorhees is a mama's boy. Move along. This isn't that difficult.
Like that keeps them away from other people. And both have died but come back. And their kills are literally the most brutalest kills in the entire horror movie verse.
Oh my god. The most brutal kills in the horrorverse. Death from Final Destination would like to know your location. A lot of these kills, especially in the Hatchet series, are so basic bitch. Yeah, sure, Jason Voorhees gets a little creative every once in a while, like the liquid nitrogen kill or the sleeping bag kill. But they're not the most brutal kills in the horrorverse. As a horror fan, I can't help but to laugh at this. Even some of the kills in Saw are more brutal. And Jigsaw doesn't even like to kill people. So what does that say? Have you seen a Serbian film? I have seen a movie where a guy takes out his dick and jams it into a guy's eye socket and kills him that way. You don't watch a lot of horror movies, do you? Hell, have you ever seen Hellraiser? Even Hellraiser has more brutal kills. What is this garbage? Yeah, admittedly, I can at least give Victor Crowley this. He is at least a supernatural entity like Jason. That's at least something. But from what I understand, admittedly I don't know too much about Victor Crowley, but from little bits I know about him, he still has no known way to kill Jason. And Jason still has his body swapping, which would immediately shut down Victor Crowley. So yeah, Jason would still curb stomp. But man, I would love to bring this dude onto my podcast and show him some absolutely brutal horror movie kills. I could show you some horror movie kills that would get my channel striked. That's how brutal they are.
Like literally, you should see their kill counts. And they also live in a private swamp or forest area, which they kill people if they trespass there. Now, let's discuss who would win. People would all say it's a stomp for Jason because Jason is city level, while Victor's only house to building level. But
No! It's not because he's city level. It's because Jason Voorhees has more hack abilities, he has parasitic immortality, and Victor Crowley has no way to kill Jason. Even if Victor did somehow find a way to kill Jason, he would just take his body. Game over. Jason possibly being city level is irrelevant to the conversation at hand. It's Jason Voorhees' immortality that is the problem here.
I'm only using canon Jason, which means I'm not using no comics, no games, just the movies. And canon Victor as well.
Even if you ignore the comics, even if you ignore the video games, Jason Voorhees still stomps because, again, I swear I'm going to end up going insane watching these videos. Parasitic immortality. Victor has no way to counteract this. And even then, Movie Jason has a lot of crazy feats. Also, Movie Jason destroyed a entire space station. Just saying. Plus, is Uber Jason going to be allowed? Because Uber Jason destroyed an android. a heavily upgraded android specifically designed to kill him.
Oh, now, what makes this fight so even is how tough they are. Both have ridiculous regenerations, and they're both really unkillable. As Victor has a much more versatile arsenal and has more versatile weapons like a chainsaw and...
Oh my god, get fucked. More versatile arsenal? Have you seen Jason Voorhees' arsenal? He always gets labeled as just a guy with a machete. Jason has used a lot of different weapons. He's used bows and arrows, spear guns, guitars, mirror shards, liquid nitrogen, knives, axes, pickaxes. Jason Voorhees has used almost every weapon you can possibly imagine. Seriously. What are you on? Victor Crowley has a more varied arsenal. Have you seen the things that Jason Voorhees has used? Also, Jason Voorhees is so strong he can punch a human head off. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. Also, Jason versus Michael Myers is shit, and there's no way you can justify it. None... All the lowballing in the world won't save you. Well, guess what? Death Battle really is retarded then. Because Jason Voorhees versus Michael Myers makes no sense. Any self-respecting horror fan will tell you that Michael would get his ass handed to him. No amount of highballing Michael Myers is going to save him. Also, Michael Myers' feats are shit anyway. One of Michael Myers' best feats was flipping over a car. And that's from the Halloween remake timeline, which isn't canon. Well, congrats. Death Battle is fucking retarded, and they need to stop giving in to tyranny of the majority. Fuck your popularity.
An axe and any other kind of weapon like a saw or anything. You should guys see his movies. Gosh, he is much brutal. And both are actually even brutal than both. Well, as for who has the strength advantage, well, of course I might give it. Well, both have crushed skulls and rip through heads. Jason did punch a metal door down, so I guess I'll give Jason the edge and dirt strength. But
he not only punched through a metal door, but he also punched through a wall of a ship. Oh yeah. Jason Voorhees also fought a girl with telekinetic powers.
Victor has more weapons, and he can use these weapons to harm Jason.
No, he doesn't. Victor Crowley does not have more weapons. Jason Voorhees will use anything as a weapon. Anything he can find, he will use it. The only weapon I think he hasn't used is a gun. Well, actually, there was that time he body swapped into a police officer, but even so. Jason Voorhees has used all kinds of different weapons. Also, none of Victor Crowley's weapons would be capable of killing Jason anyway. It took a bomb squad just to kill Jason in Jason Goes to Hell, and even then that didn't kill him. Yeah, it destroyed his body, but he just body swapped. Not to mention, not only do you need a Voorhees to kill Jason, but you need a special dagger just to do it. Victor Crowley does not have access to said dagger, and Victor Crowley is not a Voorhees. Unless he has existence erasure powers or some kind of hack ability, it doesn't matter what he does to Jason, he will not kill him. Conventional weapons are useless against Jason. You don't think they've already tried this?
Now, and he is actually more ruthless than Jason, which has made this fight actually pretty quick.
More ruthless than Jason? Are you fucking kidding me? Jason Voorhees is brutal.
Since both would actually have a difficult time putting each other down. But what might give Jason one is his soul hacks. Victor does not really have any defense of getting possessed by Jason, so I might have to give this to Jason. But Jason could just like possess Victor. But
No shit.
Much better than Jason versus Michael is that Jason versus Michael is kind of a stomp for Jason.
No
Victor
shit.
versus Jason is actually really close, and their origin stories are very similar. And it's because
I don't care about them having similar origin stories. That does nothing for me. What is them having similar origin stories? What does that do for the fight itself? If your connections do not contribute to the fight itself, they are worthless connections. Also, Jason does not talk, so it's clearly not going to do much for the chemistry or dialogue, because there would be little to no dialogue. Because as far to my knowledge, neither one talk. And I only say that because I don't know that much about Victor Crowley. I only know little bits about him.
kind of a fun live action fight. Now, I wouldn't really be surprised if Jason versus Michael came, since it's popular requested. But I think this fight is that this would be a much better death battle, since I might give this to Jason thanks to his strength and could just possess Victor. But if Victor won, I could actually see why. But for now,
Victor could not win because Victor has no way to kill Jason. None. Oh my god, I feel like a broken record.
Jason, but this will be a much closer and much fun fight, and it'll be a fun live action fight. Now, let's get down to number 4.
I love how you just assumed that they would do it live action.
Hello.
Pennywise versus Xantiri.
What the
now,
fuck?
A lot of you guys want Pennywise versus Freddy Krueger, but that is a huge stomp for Pennywise. Sinestro is another good opponent, and I would love to see, but Xantiri is actually much.
Sinestro is not a good opponent for Pennywise. Try again. I've already got over that one.
Much better. They actually have better connections. Let me explain. Both came from space, and both have immortal arch enemies, which Xantiri is archenemy to Dematris, and Pennywise is archenemy to Mataran. Both have possessed powers. Well, I don't know explain it, but both have possessed a single power, as Pennywise has the Deadlights, and Xantiri has the Moon and Sun's Drop. And both in their current forms don't really look threatening, since Pennywise is a clown and Xantiri is a little girl, but their true forms is much threatening, as well. Pennywise can turn into a giant spider or something like that, but Pennywise has Xantiri has little a manticore octopus thingy. And in their current forms, well, this might be kind of racist, but their current forms they're both really white, not being racist. And they both can get hurt easily, and they both have manipulate.
Really? Because, that bitch looks pretty purple to me. But whatever. Also, simply pointing out that two characters are white is not racist. That's like saying pointing out that a character is black is racist. That is stupid. That was just an unnecessary comment and a waste of time.
Character to kill the main protagonist. And I think this is a much fair fight. Now, all of you guys would say it's a stump for Pennywise, since Pennywise is outer in its true form. But, it might not be a stump. Well, I think it might, yeah, true, it might be a kind of stump, but it will still be fun.
Oh my god. Make up your mind. Fuck this. Next. Jeez. What?
Godzilla versus Gamora. Now, Godzilla does have a lot of other opponents, like Cthulhu, but if Devil does put Cthulhu in, I'm pretty sure Cthulhu would fight Suma, since they have better connections.
I'm pretty sure Godzilla vs. Cthulhu already happened in a comic book. Don't quote me on that because I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Godzilla's already fought Cthulhu.
Godzilla vs. Cthulhu. And like I said, Groudon vs. Godzilla is kind of a stomp for Godzilla, but depends on what version of Godzilla in. Now, Godzilla does have a lot of other opponents, but Gamora is actually the best one. Now, let me explain. Both of their origin stories are completely similar. Both like to fight other monsters.
I'm not going to say it. It's pointless. Just because these people are insane doesn't mean I have to be.
And sometimes they both like to help or sometimes destroy other cities and like conquer stuff. And they both fight a lot of monsters multiple times, and they have lots of wins. And they actually have super forms, like multiple forms. But now, let's explain who would win. Well, I don't really know much about Gamora that much, but we all know about Godzilla. We all know his abilities. His atomic breath, nuclear pulse, regeneration G1, magical magnetic powers, sharp dorsal plates, obtaining durability, godly strength, and can breathe underwater. And his spiral atomic breath, which is Godzilla's most ultimate attack. And for Gamora, well, I did a little research on Gamora. As Gamora, well, Gamora has Super Atomic Wave Zero Shoot, a variation of Super Atomic Waves, and a magic Megaton Tail, which is Gamora's tail often attacks people. And his Super Atomic Wave, Gamora can fire a wave of energy out of his Nasal's horn, as wave is by normal Gamora, helping the burrowing the underground. And Brave Burst, a manable, powerful boost which allows Gamora's strength to directly increase. Crush, after knocking down an opponent, Gamora approaches, jumps on him, and he has the angled up attack and tail attack barrage. But let's talk about Super Gamora's powers. Super Gamora has the Rainbow Ray. Super Gamora fires his head crest. Crystal Spear, Super Gamora can encase his opponent with a Crystal Spear. Flame, Super Gamora can breathe files of mouth. Laser Beam, Super Gamora can fire white lasers at the tip of his head. And EX Gamora, which is Gamora's other powerful form. Fiber Optic Wave, a powerful version of Optic Wave, capable of taking out stronger kaijus. Tail Spear EXE, Gamora has extended a tail of a shark that can use to impale his enemies. Roll Attack EX Gamora can roll up into a ball and slam their opponents. Tail Burst Super Strength, EX Gamora's strength suffocates taking on combatants like Zeta and King Joe Black with not much effort. Let's talk about Burning Godzilla. Burning Godzilla has the Charisma Atomic Breath, a charged version of Godzilla's normal Atomic Breath, Fire Beam, and it should transfer Heat Wave, and its Meltdown, which is Godzilla's radiation level, which could create a hot meltdown which could actually destroy the Earth. He also
Sonic vs. Goku is stupid.
The most powerful form is Divine Godzilla, which is in the comics. And Divine Godzilla has literally one-shot gods that are like multiversal or universal level. And it is confirmed that the creator of the IDW Godzilla, that Godzilla can actually destroy a universe, which I heard that the creator confirmed it. But now, who would win? Well, I have heard Godzilla would win this, and I think he would win. Now, I don't know much about Gamora's strength feats, but my friend Wildboy, the legend, had a better explanation why Godzilla would beat Gamora better than I could. Also, Godzilla has more wins than Gamora, and Gamora has more loses. Godzilla has more wins, not to mention Godzilla both have good experience.
Okay, so it sounds like a curb stomp to me.
But I might have to give this to Godzilla thanks to his better strength, regeneration, and his divine form. So Gamora, it depends on if they're actually going to use the comic Godzilla. But this would actually be a fun matchup for Godzilla to return because, come on, we all need Godzilla to return. I mean,
why do we need Godzilla to return, though?
Not everyone, but I actually want Godzilla to return. Now, let's move on to number 2.
Reptile versus Mina.
Mina Ashio. I know it's the obvious choice I've been hearing for Reptile, but I can actually like this a lot more. And the Xenomorph is not really a good matchup for both of them. And Noir, well, I don't really like Mina versus Noir that much. So that leads to Reptile versus Mina. Now, I've been hearing that it's a stomp for like in my comics section, like people saying like Reptile stomps, Mina stomps, but it's not a stomp. It's actually quite a close one. Now, let me begin to say who would win. As Reptile, well, Reptile has your typical acid spit, which he can just throw acid out of his mask and spit acid at the opponent. His power slide is Reptile slides across the floor to his enemy, hitting the enemy and spinning them and flying into the air. His chameleon mode is where he can actually turn invisible. Running sprint, Reptile swiftly runs behind.
I'm not really overly familiar with this character, so I'm just gonna skip.
who is from like the Knight. I can't remember his name, but I kind of feel like Sailor vs. Monster as much are, thanks to their origin stories, are really similar. Kasumi versus Cloud. I heard you guys want a rematch between Link and Cloud, but I'm not really interested in seeing a rematch between these two. I think Kasumi versus Cloud was much better. Fight me for it. Simone versus Kyle.
I'll fight you for it. Come on to my podcast, bro. I will so fight you. You think that that's a better opponent for Cloud? Oh yeah? Based on what? Yeah, it goes without saying that Link versus Cloud is fucking shit. And it was always shit from the very beginning. But how is she better? I mean, I'll at least give you points for seemingly not putting him against another generic sword user. Like when people say have Cloud fight Guts or something like that. But even so, that's not really saying much. It's the equivalent of asking a gay person not to be gay, you know? Actually, I don't know if that analogy follows. I could have sworn I had a better one in my head, but maybe I lost it. Nah, screw it. If I remember the analogy, I'll go with it.
A very interesting fight I would love to see, an anime character versus a DC character. I was actually going to put this in the list, but I decided not to because it kind of, we're trying to figure out who the winner is, it made my head hurt, but seriously, this will be a fun fight to see. I'm actually kind of rooting for Simone, but I could see Kyle winning as well. Scrooge McDuck versus
This one is just so stupid. Okay, they're both greedy and love money. Who the fuck cares? Next.
Penny Parker versus Hiro Mana. Penny versus Diva and Hiro and Baymax versus Pickup and Toothless is what I think is kind of the most popular requested fight, but I kind of like this a lot more. Now, I wouldn't be mad if Hiccup and Toothless versus Hiro and Baymax did come because I would actually love to see that, but I just really want to see Penny Parker and Depot, and I think like this would actually be an interesting fight to see. Indominus Rex versus Sharpus. Wait, you actually all thought this was going to be the number one? Now, I decided to do something different this year, since I've always wanted this fight, but I'm going to do something really different this year. I would still love to see this, but I'm not sure if they are going to make it, but I'm actually good. Well, since you all did say you want a rematch, well, I guess I'll make the rematch then, but this will be I'm still rooting to see if I'm still putting my hopes on this fight, even though it might be nothing, but I got actually a different fight this year that I actually want to see. And now, let's get to my number one death battle.
What?
Chun versus Omi. Yep, this is my number one death battle. I'm not sure they're going to let Samurai Jack return, and even if they do, I'm pretty sure Samurai Jack has better opponents. And Team Ruby, well, not really much of a good fight, and Ruby was, well, they'd actually confirm Ruby to fight Maka. So this is their best matchup. Connection-wise, both are Cartoon Network's Japanese Kung Fu warriors. Both were trained by their masters to become warriors. Both have enemies that are like really wild.
Yeah, almost any martial arts person ever is trained to be a warrior. That adds nothing. Like, that's kind of the point of training in martial arts or any kind of combat for that matter. You're training to become a warrior.
Both battle godlike or immortality enemies. Both are in a team and are the leaders. Both have similar powers that can manipulate an object or environment or element. It's kind of hard to explain, but both live in an area that's kind of similar to Japan, and both have badass theme songs. Now, let's discuss who would win. This is actually a really close fight. Well, for Chun, he has the bamboo sniper, as Chun uses a long bamboo staff with a sniper.
Fuck it.
And arms.
It's clear where this is going. It's just gonna be more of the same, whatever. Crazy Dave versus Joel from The Last of Us. No. Yet another terrible, terrible list. Absolutely awful. And more of the same, really. Well, not exactly. Persona characters can certainly hold their own to Final Fantasy characters within the reason. But yeah, more time, but it kind of depends. I mean, there are some characters in Persona that are within crazy ranges, like Nyx, who is at least solar system or galaxy level. You got Joker, who's multiversal. So they could hold their own against some Final Fantasy characters, but even so. Well, that's the thing. You got Death Battle that basically the casuals run the show. You got Animation Rewind where a very, very niche audience watches him. You got Fan War, I don't know what the deal is with him. And then you have Not Death Battle, which is just a total garbage fire that thinks it's more clever than it actually is. So yeah, needless to say, a lot of these matchups just don't work. I mean, I could sit here in a EFAP style video just destroying all these matchups, going over so many different calculations and feats. But the problem is with these matchups is, like I said many times before, without a good foundation, everything falls apart. Most of these matchups just fall apart almost immediately. And yeah, I don't know what more needs to be said. I don't like the feeling of being a broken record. I know you guys don't like hearing me see the same things over and over and over again. This is just bad. A lot of these matchups, like 95% of them just objectively suck. They're not very good. And to anyone who made those videos that see this stream, you're welcome to come onto my podcast and defend your matchups. I'm open-minded. If you think you can prove me wrong, go for it. I'm not unreasonable to any degree. I have my own standards and principles for what I think makes a good death battle matchup. And if you want to challenge it, please be my guest. I encourage people to debate me. I even encourage people to come onto my channel. I would have no problem with that. I'll give you a chance to come onto my podcast or have some kind of live debate with me and prove me wrong. I would love to potentially be proven wrong because I would like to live in a world where I'm surrounded by good matchups rather than dog shit matchups. Because I don't want any one matchup to be terrible. Of course I don't. Who wants terrible matchups? I want good matchups just like the rest of you. The problem is the mindset that so many of these people use for these matchups is heavily, heavily flawed and just simply doesn't work. And with that being said, I think I'm going to call it a night. I could keep it going. I'm sure you guys would like that, but I don't know what more to say. It feels like if I pull up another video, it's just going to be more of the same. And since this is focused on bad death battle ideas and it's not a podcast, I can't just easily shift topics like I normally would with my podcasts or my live streams. So I might just cut it off here unless you have any matchups you would personally like me to talk about. But it is like 1 a.m. where I am. And I would like a little bit of time tonight to edit some more of those videos I mentioned. Hopefully get them out by maybe tomorrow if I can. Yeah, I don't know if that would be a proper description, Kevin, but okay. And again, I am going to have this little disclaimer here. Any anger in this video is fake and hyped up because my normal deadpan voice just sucks. And it's done to make me more expressive and potentially a little bit more, maybe slightly cartoony at times for entertainment purposes. Also, if you're going to go to any of these YouTube channels, please do not harass them. If you want to discuss whether you think their matchups don't work, that's fine. But please do what you can to make them not feel harassed. I don't want another incident similar to that Raven or Fan War situation happening again. And it goes without saying, none of my opinions on any of these matchups are meant to be an attack on these people personally. I'm sure a lot of these people that make these videos are great people, and I could probably imagine having a fun time with them. But I have to put these disclaimers out there because people are quick to assume things about my character based on really stupid and little things. Sorry, Carlos, but a lot of these matchups are not good. Some of them were okay or good, but most of them were failures. You can call me petty, but I'm not petty. My standards are very simple. And a lot of these people just kept repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. Like, I don't know what more to tell you. I mean, if you're free to think I'm petty, I mean, to an extent, I can be petty. But I'm not being petty in this instance. And in the case of Grand Bull, when I decided to debunk him in 5 seconds, I did that just to prove a point. I didn't have to do that, but I chose to. I mean, sometimes these people gotta be called out when they say something wrong. It's nothing against them personally, but if you say something wrong, expect to be called out for it. I expect to be called out if I ever say anything wrong. That's why I said multiple times throughout the stream. If I say something wrong, then that's a possibility. I'm not always right at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't know how my standards lie, considering that my standards are pretty consistent and based on a lot of principles that go into why certain action scenes and storytelling works in a lot of action films. You could say it's a lie all you want, Carlos, but you don't really have much basis for it at the end of the day. I mean, my standards are very simple. Compatibility, dynamics and chemistry, storytelling and thematic potential, and connections. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. I mean, you could say that, Carlos, but you could go to my season 1 lineup for Blood Royale and see some of my ideas. Because I don't suggest ideas to Death Battle anymore, because 1, they almost never will do them, and 2, they're guaranteed to fuck them up. So, I'm going to do them myself. So, I encourage you, Carlos, go check out my season 1 lineup for Blood Royale. I would play it here, but there is potential copyright music in there, and I just don't want to get copyright claimed. But I'll leave you a link, or you could just go to my channel. Most of my matchups are pretty solid, and a lot of thought go into them. I do a lot of research, I make sure the fights are very balanced and have something interesting to offer. I hate to break it to you, but I'm working on my own versus show called Blood Royale. I'm already getting ready to do it myself. I already have 2 animators, a small research team, and much more. So, yeah, I'm already doing it myself. I'm working on Blood Royale. I'm even going to be releasing a trailer for it real soon. So, yeah, nice try, Carlos, but I imagine you probably don't watch a lot of my content because you should be aware of Blood Royale by now. Also, no, Jason Voorhees being killed by only being killable by another Voorhees is not a no limits fallacy. It's the equivalent of saying only being able to kill Voldemort through the Horcruxes is a no limits fallacy. What would make it a no limits fallacy is if I said the only way to kill Jason is through a Voorhees. Here's the thing. Yes, it's possible to destroy Jason's body, but due to his immortality and parasitic body transfer, he will immediately transfer into another body and not come back. You won't truly kill Jason. You could destroy his body, but he'll just come back. The only way to kill him for good is through another Voorhees, and you need a special knife to do it. Now, there are other ways around this. You can use hack abilities or existence erasure to get rid of him. But those require special circumstances. Typically, Jason Voorhees is almost unkillable because even if you do find a way to destroy his body, he will come back. Only through a Voorhees will he die. He was born through a Voorhees, and so shall he die at the hands of a Voorhees. It's not a no limits fallacy because sure, it's technically possible to kill Jason through other means. You can always use things like existence erasure or certain hack abilities. So no, it's not a no limits fallacy, and I even acknowledged other things, like for example, the firing squad that blew up Jason's body, they destroyed his body, but he only kind of died because he almost immediately came back like nothing even happened. And he continued to keep stealing every body that was destroyed. So if you ever want to kill Jason Voorhees permanently, yeah, it's very difficult, if not borderline impossible, unless you have the right circumstances. And even then, it'll be very difficult because you always run the risk of triggering his body transfer abilities. I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions, Carlos. You're calling me petty, but you're making a lot of assumptions about my TV show when you don't know what me and my crew are capable of. I mean, you know a little bit of what I'm capable of because I've made debunking videos showing off my research and power scaling skills, as well as my debate skills. However, you haven't seen my animators in action. You're being, like, here's the thing. It's one thing, Carlos, if you want to come after me, but don't you dare disrespect my crew members like that. Like, piss off. You don't know my crew members. You don't know what they're capable of. And I don't appreciate you talking shit about them, especially when they're not here to defend themselves. If you want to come after me, that's fine. I can take it. You want to come after me? Go for it. But leave my crew members alone. Jesus. Talking shit about a show that hasn't even come out yet. Jeez, you're like a douchebag that watches one trailer to a movie and then you don't even watch the movie but you review it anyway. Get real, Carlos. You're the one actually being petty here. Stop projecting. If you want to talk shit about Blood Royale when it comes out, go for it. But at this point, you're just making a lot of assumptions. And you know what they say about assumptions? They make an ass out of you and me. So quit being upset because I'm not as easily entertained as you clearly are. You probably think that a lot of the matchups we talked about are genius. Guess what? A lot of them are bad, and that's just the way things are. Not every matchup is going to be gold. Not every matchup is going to work. I've dealt with this myself. I've had to deal with my own fair share of shitty ideas, like Accelerator versus Lucy, or Guts versus Lancelot. The difference is, I own up to my shitty matchup ideas, and I constantly improve my craft. And I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over and over again, expecting a different result. I don't base my matchups on shallow, worthless, surface-level similarities that in the grand scheme of things add nothing to the fight itself, or in other cases, break the fight. Such as putting a fire dinosaur against another fire dinosaur that is literally immune to fire. That breaks the fight and makes a fight impossible. Like I went over with Lucy versus John Wick, similarities mean dick. You can have the greatest similarities in the world. Doesn't mean your fight's gonna work. John Wick has a lot of great similarities with Lucy. Guess what? If John Wick tried to fight Lucy, he would be dead in a matter of seconds. This is common sense. And you don't really have an argument, Carlos. All you're saying is these matchups are good and I'm a liar, even though I have not told a lie. I have proven why these matchups don't work. I could further prove why these matchups don't work. I could go into extensive detail breaking down every single one of these matchups, point by point. But we would be here for hours and potentially days. And I doubt you would even listen anyway. So, yeah. I think that's that for now. I could stay here and keep arguing with Carlos, but really, it's just going to be a waste of time. If he wants, he's free to come onto my podcast and debate me. But odds are, I don't even think he even has any arguments, truth be told. So I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I know you guys really like these. I'll try to do these more often when I can. And tomorrow I'll also have a day off, so maybe if I don't have to take too much longer working on these videos, maybe I could potentially do a podcast tomorrow, especially if one of these channels responds to me. But we'll see. Yes, Kai, John Wick would die. I've already gone over this. I'm not on my high horse. I'm just simply saying things how they are. I even acknowledged literally a few minutes ago that I'm not always right, and that I'm welcome for people to try to prove me wrong. But when the individual in question does not offer an argument or any kind of facts or anything, then what does that do? You can just say I'm a liar, but that doesn't make it so. You can say I'm wrong. That doesn't make it so. Also, I'm not shaming anyone because of the things they like. I get that all the time. Anytime I disagree with anyone or I say I think something is bad, they assume that I'm trying to shame them. I am not shaming Carlos for the things he likes. If he likes these matchups, more power to him. I just don't think they're very good, and I don't think they would work. I'm not shaming these people for the things that they like. I'm just looking at these matchups based on if they work or not. I'm not being on my high horse. I don't think I'm better than anyone. I even welcome people to try to prove me wrong. I'm not very... what's the word I'm looking for? Shit. My brain is fried. I mean, you're really accusing me of shaming people based on nothing. When did I say, Carlos, you're a piece of shit for liking X? When did those words come out of my mouth? Did I at any point say that these people were bad people because they liked something? No. Those words did not come out of my mouth. Because you're not a bad person for liking something unless maybe the thing you like is torture and rape. But those are obvious extremes. No matter how bad a show is, or how bad a movie or a video game is, you're not a bad person for liking it. Even people who like The Last of Us 2 are not bad people. They just don't have the best taste in video games. I mean, I like the live-action Resident Evil movies. That doesn't make me a shitty person. Literally in the... Okay, Kai, you have to be screwing with me, right? Here's the thing. People have already tried to snipe Lucy. It didn't work. Lucy took a 50 caliber bullet to the head and it didn't even kill her. A 50 caliber bullet. That's more powerful than any gun John Wick has ever used. A sniper rifle isn't going to kill Lucy. People have already tried to kill Lucy with guns. It doesn't work. So that sniper argument does not follow. I mean, really, Carlos, all you're doing is just calling me a liar. But you're not proving why I'm a liar. You say that I think that I'm better than people. I do not believe that. I am not better than someone because I explain why I think certain versus matchups don't work. I'm not better than someone simply because I might be smarter than them in certain areas. Like, for example, I have more knowledge of something like, say, Resident Evil or Final Fantasy. That doesn't make me better than them, though. I don't know why people seem to have this impression that I have some kind of superiority complex. I don't. Like, I don't think any of these people are bad. I just wish that they would come up with better reasons for why these matchups should happen. That's it. At the end of the day, this is just typical nerd talk. Nothing more, nothing less. And even if I was right about every single one of these matchups being wrong, and there's a potential I could be wrong on some of them, that still would not make me better than them. John Wick has never used a flamethrower, plus a flamethrower wouldn't kill Lucy. Especially when you consider she can just use her vectors to keep the flames away from her. Stop trying to justify the unjustifiable. Yeah, Carlos, I don't even know what you're saying here. At the end of the day, what this is, you clearly disagree with me. That's clearly what this is. And you're free to disagree with me. But just because you disagree with me, that doesn't make me a liar, that doesn't make me a bad person, that doesn't mean I think I'm better than anyone. I'm not shaming anyone for the things that they like. Them liking any of these TV shows is irrelevant to me. I'm looking at them from the perspective of versus matchups. And for the most part, this is just meant to be a fun roasting style that's not even meant to be taken all that seriously. It's just for fun. And you're over here taking it overly seriously. What does that say about you, Carlos, honestly? You accuse me of being petty, you're the one being petty over here. There is nothing that John Wick could do that would be capable of killing Lucy. She is more than just a telekinetic, she is a mutant. She may look like a human, but she's anything but a normal human. Like I said, she can take a 50 caliber bullet to the head, and all it did was just make her bleed slightly and give her split personality disorder. That's all that it did. So if a 50 caliber bullet, which is one of the strongest calibers, can't kill Lucy, you think anything John Wick has can kill her? Okay, I don't see how Carlos is better than me. And again, how are you going to accuse me of having a superiority complex, but then immediately try to say that this person's better than you? Like, honestly, this is just